This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I'm still struggling to comprehend what happened that night when I was 16. It's been almost 9 years, but thinking about it still makes my skin crawl and my chest tighten. I've tried explaining it to friends, even therapists, but nobody seems to understand the weight of what happened, how it changed everything. It was a Friday night in October, not Halloween or anything spooky like that, just a regular autumn evening. Mom was working late at the hospital. She was a nurse and often pulled double shifts. My stepdad Dave was away on a business trip to Philadelphia for the weekend, so it was just me and my cat Milo in our 2-story house on Oakwood Drive. The house wasn't particularly old or creepy. It was built in the 90s, a standard suburban home with 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a finished basement. We'd been living there for about 4 years by then. Never had any weird experiences before that night. I remember I was in my room watching YouTube videos when my friend Jess texted asking if I wanted to go to the movies. There was some horror film playing at the mall cinema, and she had her mum's car for the night. I wasn't particularly into horror films, but I was bored out of my mind and figured why not. I replied saying I'd be ready in about 45 minutes since I needed to shower first. I turned on all the lights in the hallway, bathroom, and my bedroom before getting in the shower. This was something I always did when I was home alone. I hated walking around in the dark, especially after watching creepy videos online. The shower was normal. Nothing unusual happened. About halfway through, I heard Milo scratching at the bathroom door. He hated being alone when I was showering. Typical clingy cat behavior. I could hear his little paws batting at the door and his occasional meows. I called out to him, "Almost done, buddy," and hurried to finish up. When I got out and dried off, I wrapped my towel around me and opened the bathroom door. That's when I noticed something was off. The hallway was completely dark. I distinctly remember turning on those lights before showering. I always did, but now they were off. At first I thought maybe there was a power outage, but the bathroom light was still working fine. I stepped into the hallway and flicked the switch. Nothing. I tried again, pushing it harder. Still nothing. I figured the bulb had burned out at an inconvenient time. Milo was still at my feet, weaving between my legs and purring. I scooped him up, holding him close to my chest as I walked to my bedroom. The bedroom light was off too, even though I was certain I'd left it on. But when I flipped that switch, it worked perfectly. I quickly got dressed, trying to shake off the uneasiness creeping up my spine. I texted Jess, "Can you come ASAP, feeling weird being alone?" She replied that she'd be there in 15 minutes. While waiting, I sat on my bed with Milo, nervously scrolling through my phone. That's when I noticed that Milo kept staring at my bedroom door, his ears perked up and his body tense. I tried to distract him, but he jumped off my lap and went to the window, pawing at the blinds and looking outside. I joined him at the window, peering out at the driveway, expecting to see Jess pulling up, but the street was empty and quiet. I could only see the neighbor's porch light across the street and a few stars in the sky. The rest was darkness. That's when I heard it, a soft thud from downstairs, like something being set down on the counter. My heart jumped into my throat. I froze, straining to hear more. Silence followed, but it was a heavy silence, the kind that feels like someone's holding their breath. I texted Jess again, "Please hurry, I think someone might be in the house." Her response came quickly. 5 minutes away. Should I call 911? I hesitated. What if I was just being paranoid? What if it was just the house settling or the refrigerator making noise? I didn't want to look stupid if police showed up and found nothing. "No, just get here fast," I replied. Those 5 minutes were the longest of my life. I sat on my bed, door locked, clutching Milo to my chest. He was tense too, his tail swishing back and forth, eyes fixed on the door. He kept making these low, growling sounds I'd never heard from him before. When my phone lit up with Jess's text saying she was outside, I felt a flood of relief. I decided to make a run for it. I grabbed my keys, phone, and wallet, tucked Milo under one arm, and unlocked my bedroom door. The hallway was pitch black. I hesitated for a moment, then turned on my phone flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, but somehow made the shadows deeper and more threatening. I started down the hallway, trying each light switch as I passed. None of them worked. When I reached the stairs, I pointed my flashlight down into the darkness below. The beam didn't reach all the way to the bottom, leaving the last few steps shrouded in shadow. I took a deep breath and started down, counting each step in my head to calm myself. Halfway down, Milo suddenly tensed in my arms and let out a hiss. I nearly dropped him in surprise. He was looking intently at something at the bottom of the stairs, something I couldn't see. I pointed my flashlight in that direction but saw nothing unusual. When I reached the bottom, I made a beeline for the front door, not bothering to try any more light switches. As I fumbled with the lock, I glanced back over my shoulder at the dark house behind me. The silence felt heavy, expectant, like the house was holding its breath. I burst outside, gasping in the cool night air as if I'd been underwater. Jess was in her car, engine running, looking concerned. I ran to the passenger side and climbed in, still clutching Milo. "Jesus, what happened?" "You look like you've seen a ghost," Jess said, eyes wide. Before I could answer, I glanced back at my house and froze. There, in my bedroom window, I could see the blinds being pulled down slightly as if something was looking out. I could make out what looked like the silhouette of a cat, but Milo was right here, in my lap. "Drive," I whispered, unable to tear my eyes away from the window. "Please, just drive." As Jess pulled away from the curb, I watched in horror as the living room light, which had been one of the few still working, suddenly went out. The house was now completely dark. "Someone's in there," I said, my voice cracking. "We need to call the police." Jess pulled over a few blocks away, and I called 911 with shaking hands. I tried to explain the situation, probably sounding hysterical. The dispatcher was calm, telling me officers would be sent to check the house. She advised us not to return until they called back. We waited at a nearby McDonald's. I was too nervous to eat, just sipping at a soda while Milo huddled in my lap. When my phone rang, I nearly jumped out of my skin. It was the police. The officer told me they'd searched the entire house, inside and out. All doors and windows were locked from the inside. There was no sign of forced entry or anyone having been there. They did confirm all the lights were off, but attributed it to electrical issues or power surge. They suggested I call an electrician. I didn't know what to think. I was certain of what I'd seen, but the officers seemed confident no one had broken in. Reluctantly, I asked Jess to drive me back home. The police were still there when we arrived, 2 patrol cars with lights flashing. The officers walked me through the house, showing me they'd checked everywhere. Everything looked normal, but it didn't feel normal. The air felt heavy, charged somehow, like right before a thunderstorm. I thanked the officers and told them I'd be fine. Once they left, I called my mom at work and told her what happened. She was concerned but couldn't leave her shift. She suggested I stay at Jess's for the night. I agreed immediately. That night at Jess's house, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those blinds moving, that cat silhouette that couldn't have been Milo. By morning, I'd nearly convinced myself it was just my imagination running wild, a trick of the light or shadows. But then things started happening. Strange things that I can't explain away so easily. When my stepdad Dave returned from his trip 3 days later, he was different. Not in any way I could put my finger on at first, just off. He'd always been pretty cheerful and easygoing, the kind of guy who told bad dad jokes and spent weekends washing his car. But now he was quiet, withdrawn. He'd stare into space for long periods, not responding when you spoke to him. Mom noticed it too. I heard them arguing late at night, her asking what was wrong, him insisting nothing had changed, but everything had changed. Over the next few months, Dave's health declined rapidly. He developed insomnia, lost weight, and started getting these terrible migraines that would keep him in bed for days. He'd been with the same company for 15 years, but suddenly lost his job due to performance issues. He became paranoid, installing extra locks on the doors, checking them repeatedly throughout the night. Our home, which had once been warm and comfortable, now felt cold and oppressive. The electricity continued to behave strangely. Lights flickering, appliances turning on by themselves, TV changing channels. We had 3 different electricians come out, and none could find anything wrong with the wiring. Milo changed too. He wouldn't go near Dave anymore, hissing and running whenever he entered a room, and he refused to go upstairs, especially near my room. 6 months after that night, Mom had enough. She left Dave, and we moved to an apartment across town. It was like escaping from a dark cloud. Almost immediately, things started improving. Mom got a better job. I did well in school and got accepted to my first choice college. Milo became his old self again, playful and affectionate. But the strangest part came later. About a year after we moved out, we heard that Dave had been seeing some woman from his new job. She was found murdered in her apartment. Dave was initially a suspect, but was cleared when security footage showed him at a gas station miles away at the time of the murder. The case was never solved. I've driven past our old house a few times over the years. I can't explain it, but there's a strange, dark, and almost instant negative feeling that comes over me when I see it. Like something is still there, watching from behind those blinds. Whatever came into our house that night, whatever was pretending to be Milo in the window, I don't think it ever left. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if it followed us out somehow, if maybe it's still out there looking for a way back in. Story 2. It's been about a month since it happened, but I still get goosebumps whenever I think about it. I've tried to rationalize what we saw that evening, but I just can't come up with any logical explanation. I'm not usually one to believe in supernatural stuff. I'm actually pretty skeptical about most things, but this experience really shook me. So, I live in this small town in Germany called Reichenbach. It's one of those quiet places where everyone knows each other, with old buildings and narrow streets. Nothing exciting ever happens here, which is why what I experienced stands out so much. It was a Tuesday evening around 6 o'clock. The days were getting shorter, and there was that autumn chill in the air. My friend Thomas and I decided to take a walk around town, just something we do sometimes to clear our heads after work. I'm a mechanic at the local auto shop, and Thomas works at the bank. Normal jobs, normal lives. We were walking down Hauptstrasse, chatting about nothing important, some football match from the weekend, I think, when I remembered I needed to buy tobacco. There's this corner store run by an old Turkish man that I always go to. He knows me by name and usually has my brand ready when I walk in. "Hey, I need to stop at Mehmet's for a minute," I told Thomas. The store was almost empty, just an old lady buying milk. I grabbed my tobacco, paid, and we continued our walk. Our route took us past what used to be a Jewish cemetery back before the war. Now it's just a small park with a few benches and some trees. There's still a memorial plaque there, but most people in town don't really talk about what the place used to be. There's a small stone wall that runs along one side of the park, about knee-high. It was a good spot to sit while I rolled a cigarette, so we stopped there. Across the street from the park are some old apartment buildings, nothing special, just typical 4-story German housing blocks from the 70s. I was halfway through rolling my cigarette when something caught my eye. In one of the apartment windows directly across from us, a light was flickering oddly, not like a normal light bulb that's about to die. This was different. It was fluctuating rapidly, almost like a strobe, but not quite that fast. "Hey, check that out," I said to Thomas, nodding toward the window. The strangest part wasn't even the flickering itself, but what it was creating. There were shadows moving across the window, not normal shadows like when someone walks past a light. These were, I don't know how to describe them exactly. They moved too quickly, too erratically. They didn't match any movement that a person would make. Some were tall and thin, stretching from floor to ceiling, while others seemed to dart across the window horizontally. "What the hell is that?" I asked, more to myself than to Thomas. I was just about to ask you the same thing, Thomas replied, his voice quieter than usual. I've been watching it for the last minute or so. We both just sat there staring. The shadows continued to dance across the window, completely out of sync with the flickering light. It was like watching some bizarre shadow puppet show, except there was no way to explain what was casting those shadows. The shapes weren't recognizable as objects or people. They were just abstract, shifting forms. Maybe it's a party or something, I suggested. But even as I said it, I knew that wasn't it. This wasn't a disco ball or party lights. This was something else entirely. In that old building, at 6 in the evening on a Tuesday? Thomas shook his head. And look at how those shadows are moving. That's not people dancing. He was right. The movements were too strange, too unnatural. Some of the shadows seemed to bend at impossible angles. Others moved in ways that defied physics. I pulled out my phone to record it. I thought maybe if I captured it on video, we could look at it more closely later, maybe figure out what was causing it. But when I opened the camera app and pointed it at the window, my screen went completely black. At first, I thought my phone had died, but the battery indicator showed 60%. I tried again, same result. The screen would work fine when I pointed it anywhere else, but the moment I aimed it at that specific window, it would go dark. Not just dark, completely black, like it was absorbing all light. My phone won't record it, I said, feeling a chill run down my spine that had nothing to do with the evening air. Let me try, Thomas said, pulling out his own phone, but he had the same problem. His screen would go black whenever he tried to capture that window. After 5 or 6 attempts between us, we gave up trying to record it. By this point, I had forgotten all about my half-rolled cigarette. We just sat there watching the bizarre shadow show playing out across the street. Then, without warning, the flickering stopped. The light bulb in the apartment suddenly shined brightly, as if someone had just replaced it with a brand new one. The shadows disappeared instantly. The window now looked completely normal. Just a well-lit room in an ordinary apartment. Did you see that? I whispered, not wanting to break the strange silence that had fallen between us. Thomas nodded, his face pale even in the fading evening light. It just stopped. We continued sitting there for about 20 minutes, both of us too unsettled to move, as if leaving would somehow make what we'd seen more real. During that time, the light in the apartment gradually dimmed, becoming more like a normal bulb, but it never flickered again, and the shadows never returned. Eventually, I finished rolling my cigarette with shaking hands and lit it. Neither of us spoke much. What was there to say? We had both witnessed something we couldn't explain. Do you know who lives there? Thomas finally asked. I shook my head. No idea. I don't know anyone in that building. Maybe we should go ask. Say we saw the lights flickering and were concerned about an electrical problem. I considered it for a moment, but something held me back. I don't think I want to know, I admitted. We sat there until I finished my cigarette, then decided to continue our walk. The rest of the evening was uneventful, but the experience had cast a shadow over everything. We tried to talk about other things, but our conversation kept circling back to what we'd seen. Maybe it was just some kind of reflection, Thomas suggested as we walked back toward our neighborhood. Like from passing cars or something. But there had been no cars passing by during those minutes. The street had been completely empty. Or maybe someone was doing some kind of art project with light and shadow. He tried again. But that wouldn't explain why our phones couldn't capture it. When we reached the point where our paths home diverged, we stopped and looked at each other. There was an unspoken agreement not to mention what we'd seen to anyone else. Who would believe us? It sounded crazy even to me, and I had seen it with my own eyes. See you tomorrow, Thomas said, his voice still not quite normal. Yeah, see you, I replied. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing those strange, darting shadows whenever I closed my eyes. I tried to convince myself there was a logical explanation, a faulty light fixture, weird reflections, maybe even some kind of hallucination caused by exhaustion or stress, but none of those explanations felt right. The next day, I took a different route home from work, avoiding the park entirely. I did the same the day after that. In fact, I haven't walked past that spot since that evening. About a week later, I ran into Tomas at the supermarket. We made small talk about work and the weather, dancing around the subject that was clearly on both our minds. Finally, as we were about to part ways, he leaned in and whispered, "I went back there, to that apartment building." My heart skipped a beat. And I asked the building manager about the apartment on the second floor, the one where we saw he said it's been empty for months. The last tenant moved out in July, and they haven't found someone new yet. I felt that same chill I had experienced that evening. "Are you sure it was the right apartment?" Thomas nodded. "Positive. Second floor, third window from the left. I've been looking at that building every day since it happened." We stood there in silence for a moment, the implications hanging between us. "Maybe the manager was showing the apartment to someone that evening," I suggested weakly. "At 6 on a Tuesday. And what about those shadows? What about our phones?" He was right, of course. None of it made sense. It's been a month now, and I still don't have any answers. I've researched the history of that building, wondering if maybe it was built on something significant, but found nothing unusual. I've even looked into the history of the Jewish cemetery that's now a park, thinking maybe there was some connection there, but again, nothing that would explain what we saw. Sometimes I wonder if I should go back there, sit on that same wall, and wait to see if it happens again, but something tells me I shouldn't. Something tells me that whatever we witnessed that evening wasn't meant for us to see, and drawing attention to it might not be the wisest choice. The thing that disturbs me the most, though, is the thought that it might still be happening. That every evening at 6 in an empty apartment in my small German town, shadows that shouldn't exist dance across a window that no one is supposed to be looking at, and I just happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time to notice them. I don't know what we saw that day, and part of me doesn't want to know, but I can't stop thinking about it, and I can't shake the feeling that someday I'll find out, whether I want to or not. Story 3 dots. I still get shaky thinking about what happened last week. I'm not normally one to get freaked out by stuff, but I can't explain it, and it's been driving me insane. So last Thursday night, I was just chilling in my apartment, nothing special. My roommate was out of town visiting his girlfriend, so I had the place to myself. I'd finished a paper for my media studies class earlier that day and wanted to unwind with some mindless entertainment. I've been a huge fan of zero punctuation for years now. Yahtzee's game reviews are hilarious, and I can watch them for hours. Around 10 at night, I found this massive compilation of his older reviews from 2008 that was like 3 hours long. Perfect, I thought. I grabbed some chips, dimmed the lights, and settled in on my bed with my laptop. The compilation was great, and I was just letting autoplay do its thing. Must have been around 11 when I started getting drowsy. I remember thinking I should probably turn off the laptop and go to sleep properly. But you know how it is. Just 5 more minutes, right? I didn't even realize when I dozed off. What happened next? I've replayed it in my head hundreds of times trying to make sense of it. I was jolted awake by this awful sound, like a phone ringing but distorted, cutting in and out of what sounded like TV static. You know that harsh white noise you'd get on old TVs, but it wasn't constant. It was pulsing, almost rhythmic, but not quite. The sound alone was unsettling enough, but when I opened my eyes, my laptop screen was showing something I can't even properly describe. The background was this stark, bright white that hurt my eyes after being in my dark room. Against this background were these figures. Black silhouettes, but not like normal shadows or anything. They were distorted, their proportions all wrong. Some had limbs that were too long. Others seemed to be missing parts or had extra ones. And there was this face. God, that face. It wasn't a normal face. It was glitched out, like when a video file corrupts. Parts of it would disappear and reappear, and it was circling around this square box in the center of the screen. I couldn't tell if the box was supposed to be a TV or a window or what. The movements were so unnatural. Have you ever seen those old stop-motion horror films where the motion isn't fluid? It was like that, but worse. Each time the image would glitch, there'd be this sound like a vinyl record skipping, but amplified and distorted. It reminded me of those analog horror videos you see on the internet, but this was more intense, more real somehow. I remember feeling like the figures were aware of me watching them, like they were performing for me specifically. That's what scared me the most, I think. That sense that whatever this was, it knew I was there. My heart was racing so fast I could feel it in my throat. My first instinct was to shield my eyes. I literally threw my arm up to block the screen. I was terrified, but I knew I needed to make it stop. I reached out with my other hand, fumbling for the keyboard, afraid to look directly at the screen again. The second my fingers touched the keyboard, the video just stopped. It didn't fade out or anything. It just instantly cut to another zero punctuation video. The abruptness of it made me jump again. 1 second, that nightmare fuel. The next, Yahtzee's familiar yellow background and stick figures. I sat there, frozen for what felt like forever, trying to process what had just happened. My mouth was completely dry, and I was covered in cold sweat. I checked the time. It was 12:49 a.m. The room felt different somehow, like the air was heavier. I couldn't stay still. I got up, legs shaking, and went to the kitchen for water. I gulped down 2 full glasses without stopping. I needed to clear my head, so I stepped outside onto the small balcony of my apartment. The cool night air helped a bit, but I couldn't shake the images from my mind. Those distorted figures, that glitched face circling. After maybe 10 minutes outside, I went back in. I was honestly afraid to look at my laptop again, but I needed to know what had happened. Had I accidentally clicked on some weird art film? Was my laptop hacked? Was I just having a vivid nightmare? I approached the laptop cautiously. The screen was still showing zero punctuation, a review of some horror game, ironically. I didn't immediately close it. Instead, I watched for another hour or so, afraid to fall asleep again. Nothing strange happened during that time. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I must have fallen asleep again around 2 a.m. The next morning, I woke up feeling drained. My laptop had gone to sleep, and for a moment I wondered if I'd dreamed the whole thing, but it felt too real, too vivid. The memory of those distorted figures was still crystal clear in my mind. I decided to check my browser history. If I had somehow stumbled onto some weird video, it would be there, right? So I opened Chrome and looked at my history from the night before. That's when things got even weirder. According to my browser history, I had started watching the zero punctuation compilation at 9:57 p.m. The video was 2 hours, 51 minutes, and 16 seconds long, which means it would have ended around 12:48 a.m. The next entry in my history was another zero punctuation video that started at 12:49 a.m. There was nothing in between, no record of whatever I had seen. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a hallucination from being half asleep, but I've never had anything like that happen before. I don't do drugs, I wasn't drinking that night, and I've never experienced sleep paralysis or had trouble distinguishing dreams from reality. Maybe it was some kind of weird glitch in the YouTube algorithm, but how would that explain the disturbing content, and why wouldn't it show up in my history? I even went as far as checking my laptop for malware, thinking maybe I'd been hacked or something. The scan came back clean. I've always been a skeptic about paranormal stuff, ghosts, demons, all that. I never believed in any of it. But this experience has shaken that certainty. What I saw felt malevolent somehow, like it wasn't meant for human eyes. I've tried searching online for similar experiences. I found some threads about strange YouTube videos appearing in autoplay, but nothing quite like what I experienced. I even tried describing the video in search engines, hoping to find if it was some known art project or something, but came up empty. The thing that keeps bothering me most is that missing minutiae from 12:48 to 12:49 a.m. 1 minute. That's all it was according to my browser history, but it felt much longer when I was experiencing it. Time seemed to stretch in that moment. I've been sleeping with the lights on since then. I still use my laptop, but I've disabled autoplay on YouTube, and I make sure to close all browser windows before going to sleep. I'm trying to convince myself it was just a weird dream or a glitch, but deep down, I know what I saw was something else. The worst part is not knowing, not having an explanation. Was it just a random occurrence, or was it specifically targeted at me? And if so, why? What was the purpose of showing me those disturbing images? It's been a week, and nothing similar has happened since. But sometimes when I'm drifting off to sleep, I hear what sounds like the beginning of that static noise, and I jolt awake in a panic. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened that night. All I know is that for 1 minute, just 1 minute according to my browser history, I glimpsed something that wasn't meant to be seen. Something that existed in that space between sleep and wakefulness, between one video and the next, and part of me is terrified that someday, when I least expect it, when autoplay is running and my eyes are getting heavy, I'll see those distorted figures again. Story 4. I've never told this story before, not fully. I'm still trying to understand what happened that night 3 years ago when I was 16. I guess I've always been afraid that putting it into words would make it more real, or worse, invite it back. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I grew up in Millfield, a small town where most buildings are older than my grandparents. Our house was this massive Victorian thing from the early 1900s that my parents got for dirt cheap because it needed so much work. We'd lived there since I was 8, and there were always weird things happening. Nothing major, just stuff that made you pause for a second. Like you'd hear footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs. Things would fall off shelves for no reason. The lights would flicker even after my dad replaced all the wiring. We all just kind of accepted it as part of living in an old house. My mom would joke about our friendly ghost and we'd laugh it off. I'd gotten really good at explaining everything away. Old pipes, settling foundation, whatever. But what happened that weekend in October changed everything. My parents and little sister were heading to my aunt's place 3 hours away for my cousin's birthday. I had to work at the local grocery store that weekend, so I stayed behind. It was the first time I'd be completely alone in the house overnight. I wasn't scared or anything. I was 16, thought I was basically an adult already. I remember coming home from my shift around 10:30 at night. It was one of those cold autumn nights where the wind makes the trees scratch against the windows. The moment I unlocked the front door, something felt off. The house was obviously empty, but it felt different than just being alone. It felt like when you walk into a room where people have been arguing, that lingering tension in the air. I flipped on the lights and called for Bella, our German shepherd. She came running from the kitchen, wagging her tail. Having her there made me feel better, like I wasn't really alone after all. I grabbed some leftover pizza from the fridge, flopped on the couch, and watched YouTube videos on my phone for a while. Normal stuff. Around midnight, I headed upstairs to my bedroom. The upstairs hallway always creeped me out a bit at night. It's long, with doors on both sides, and the overhead light is this dim, yellowy bulb that casts weird shadows. I practically ran to my room at the end of the hall, Bella following behind me. When I opened my bedroom door and turned on the light, everything looked normal at first. My messy bed, clothes on the floor, posters on the walls. But then I noticed the corner across from my bed, between my closet and the window. It looked darker than it should have been, like unnaturally dark. You know how when you turn on a light in a room, the shadows are still there, but they're soft? This wasn't like that. This corner looked like someone had cut a hole in reality. The light from my ceiling fixture just seemed to stop at its edges. I blinked a few times, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me after staring at my phone for hours. I was about to ignore it when I noticed Bella. She was standing completely still, staring at that same corner. Her ears were perked up and her tail had stopped wagging. Then she started growling, this low, continuous sound that made the hair on my arms stand up. I'd never heard her make that noise before. "Bella, what's wrong?" I whispered, not taking my eyes off the corner. Her growling got louder, more intense. The fur along her spine was standing straight up, and she started drooling. Not normal drool, but thick foam around her mouth. She looked terrified and vicious at the same time. Then suddenly, Bella lunged toward the corner, barking and snarling like she was fighting for her life. She stopped about 2 feet away from it, like there was an invisible barrier she couldn't cross. She was barking so loudly, I was worried the neighbors would hear, even though our nearest neighbor was a quarter mile away. I panicked and hit every light switch in the room, my bedside lamp, the closet light, everything. The darkness in the corner seemed to recede a bit, becoming less defined. After a few minutes, Bella gradually calmed down, though she kept her eyes fixed on that spot, occasionally letting out a low growl. "It's nothing, girl, just shadows," I said, trying to convince myself more than her. I got ready for bed, keeping all the lights on. I even took out my phone and played some music to drown out the sound of my heartbeat pounding in my ears. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion. I woke up to Bella's growling again. The room was dark. All the lights I'd left on were off. For a second, I thought the power had gone out, but my phone was still playing music. Someone, or something, had turned off the lights. I reached for my bedside lamp with shaking fingers, but before I could turn it on, I glanced at my window. It was completely black. Not like nighttime black, but like it had been painted over with the darkest substance imaginable. No stars, no moonlight, nothing, and the darkness seemed to be moving, shifting, like it was breathing. The feeling that washed over me is hard to describe. It was pure instinctual terror, the kind that bypasses all rational thought. My whole body went cold and I couldn't move, couldn't scream. It felt like something in that darkness was looking back at me, studying me. Bella was going absolutely insane now, alternating between barking at the window and running to my bedroom door, scratching to get out. Her panic broke my paralysis. I grabbed my pillow and phone, not even bothering with shoes or a jacket. I just ran, down the hallway, down the stairs, fumbling with the front door lock. I remember dropping my keys twice before I managed to get the door open. The whole time, I had this overwhelming feeling that something was right behind me, reaching for me. Bella shot past me the moment the door opened, racing into the yard. I ran to my car, an old Honda Civic my parents had given me when I got my license. My hands were shaking so badly I could hardly get the key in the ignition. I locked all the doors and started the engine, turning the heater on full blast because I was freezing despite the sweat soaking my t-shirt. Bella came running to the car, and I let her in the passenger seat. She was still on edge, whining and looking back at the house. We both just sat there for a minute trying to calm down. That's when I made the mistake of looking up at my bedroom window. From outside, it was still completely dark, a perfect rectangle of absolute blackness. Every other window in the house showed the normal darkness of a room at night, but my window was different. It was like looking at a hole cut into the universe. As I watched, paralyzed with fear, I swear I saw something move behind that darkness. Not a shadow or a silhouette. It was more like the darkness itself was moving, forming a shape that was almost human but not quite, like it was trying to mimic a person but couldn't quite get it right. I started the car and backed all the way down our long driveway, not taking my eyes off that window until the house was out of sight. I drove to the 24-hour McDonald's parking lot and spent the night there with Bella, both of us too terrified to go back. When morning came, I was exhausted but too afraid to return home. I called my boss and made up some excuse about being sick. Around noon, when the sun was high and bright, I finally worked up the courage to drive back. In the daylight, the house looked completely normal. My bedroom window was just a window again. I went inside cautiously, Bella sticking close to my side. Everything seemed fine. No darkness, no strange feelings, nothing out of place. I even checked the electricity to see if there had been a power outage, but the digital clocks weren't blinking. The lights had definitely been turned off, not failed. When my family came back Sunday night, I didn't tell them what happened. What could I say that wouldn't sound insane? Hey, I think there's a darkness living in my bedroom corner. They'd think I'd been watching too many horror movies. I never stayed alone in that house again. I'd make up excuses, stay at friends' houses, anything to avoid being there by myself, especially at night. A few months later, we moved because of my dad's job, and I was secretly relieved. But here's the thing. Whatever it was, I don't think it stayed in the house. Ever since that night, I've had these moments where I'll catch a glimpse of unnatural darkness out of the corner of my eye. Sometimes I wake up at exactly 3:15 in the morning with the overwhelming feeling that something is watching me from the darkest corner of whatever room I'm in. I have nightmares where I'm trapped in a place with no light and something is there with me, something I can't see but can feel getting closer. I still sleep with a light on. I can't help but feel that whatever showed itself to me that night is still there, just out of sight, waiting for another opportunity to reveal itself. I don't know what it wants or why it chose me, but I know what I saw, and I know it was real. I've never told anyone this before. They'd think I was crazy, but I needed to get it out somewhere, and I thought maybe, just maybe, someone else has seen it too. That corner of absolute darkness that shouldn't exist. If you have, please tell me I'm not alone in this, and if you haven't, keep your lights on. Story 5. I still can't believe what I experienced yesterday at my great-aunt Edith's house. It was supposed to be a straightforward cleaning job. My mom called me Saturday morning asking if I could help clean out Aunt Edith's old Victorian place on the edge of Millfield. She'd finally moved to assisted living at 90 years old, and someone needed to sort through her belongings before the house could be sold. It'll just take a day or two, Mom said. She doesn't have much. I agreed because, well, family obligation and all that. Plus, I could use the extra cash Mom promised for helping out. I arrived at the house around 8 in the morning. Even from the driveway, something about the place felt off. I'd only visited a handful of times as a kid, and I'd forgotten how imposing the 3-story Victorian was. Weathered grey siding, peeling white trim, and those weird decorative pieces that always made it look like the house had faces watching you. The front yard was overgrown, and the porch sagged slightly in the middle. The key stuck in the lock, requiring some jiggling before the door finally swung open with this horrible creaking sound. The musty smell hit me immediately. That distinctive old-person house smell mixed with something else I couldn't quite place. Something sour, metallic. I don't know how to describe it. I started in the living room sorting through decades of collected junk. Old magazines, china figurines, faded photographs of people I didn't recognize. Nothing weird yet, just the normal accumulation of a long life. But I kept feeling like someone was standing behind me. I'd spin around, heart pounding, only to find empty space. This happened maybe 5 or 6 times before I started getting genuinely freaked out. Around 11, I moved upstairs to begin tackling the bedrooms. The master bedroom was pretty standard. Bed, dresser, vanity table covered in ancient makeup. The second bedroom had been converted into a storage space with cardboard boxes stacked to the ceiling. But it was the third bedroom that changed everything. At first glance, it seemed normal. A small guest room with a twin bed and dresser. But when I opened what I thought was a closet door, I found myself staring into a walk-in space that was way bigger than it should have been. It was like the closet took up space that couldn't possibly exist based on the house's layout. The walls were lined with shelves holding dozens of jars, old mason jars, apothecary bottles, even some modern containers, all filled with dried plants, powders, and liquids I couldn't identify. Some had labels in handwriting so spidery I couldn't make out the words. Others had symbols drawn on them that made my skin crawl. But that wasn't the worst part. The back wall was covered with paintings, not framed professional artwork, but hand-painted images directly on the wall. They depicted what I can only describe as Lucifer, demons, and angels in these twisted, violent scenes. One showed a goat-headed figure surrounded by naked bodies. Another had an angel with its wings torn off. The paintings were crude but disturbing as hell, with this weird attention to detail on the faces. They all looked like they were staring right at me. I backed up, nearly tripping over a chest of drawers I hadn't noticed. It was an old wooden thing with 3 large drawers. I don't know why, but I felt compelled to open the top one. Inside was nothing but hair, human hair. The drawer was huge, maybe 8 inches deep and 2 feet long, filled to the brim with hair of different colors and textures. Some looked ancient, brittle and gray, while others seemed relatively fresh, still shiny and soft-looking. I slammed that drawer shut so fast and stumbled backward, knocking into one of the shelves. A jar fell and shattered, releasing this overpowering smell, like rotting meat mixed with incense. I couldn't breathe. I literally couldn't pull air into my lungs. The room seemed to darken around me, and I swear to God I heard whispering coming from every direction. I ran. I didn't even think about it. I just bolted from that closet, through the bedroom, and down the stairs. I didn't stop until I was standing in the front yard, gasping for air. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I might have a heart attack. After about 20 minutes of standing there like an idiot, I convinced myself I was overreacting. Aunt Edith was eccentric, sure. Maybe she was into some weird alternative medicine stuff. Maybe she had an art hobby. The hair was harder to explain away, but I told myself there had to be a rational explanation. I went back inside, determined to finish what I'd started. I decided to avoid the third bedroom for a while and focused on the kitchen instead. I was washing some dishes when I heard a loud thump from upstairs, like something heavy falling. Then footsteps, slow, deliberate footsteps moving across the ceiling above me. I called out, "Hello?" My voice sounded pathetically small. The footsteps stopped. I told myself it was just the old house settling. Old houses make noises, right? I'd brought my 11-month-old son with me. My wife was working and we couldn't find a sitter on short notice. He'd been napping in his portable crib in the living room, but he started crying right after I heard the footsteps. I dried my hands and went to check on him. He was standing in his crib facing the corner of the room, babbling and waving his hands like he was playing peekaboo with someone. There was nobody there, nothing but wallpaper and a floor lamp. I picked him up and put him in the back carrier I'd brought. Having him against my back made me feel better somehow. I decided to push through and finish at least one more room before calling it a day. I went back upstairs, avoiding the third bedroom, and started sorting through the storage room. As I worked, my son, who's normally pretty chill, kept twisting around in his carrier, looking over my shoulder and giggling. He'd cover his eyes, then uncover them, then laugh hysterically. Classic peekaboo behavior, except he was doing it with empty air. "Who are you playing with, buddy?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light. He just laughed harder and pointed behind me. I spun around so fast I nearly lost my balance. Nothing there, just shelves of old books and knickknacks. That's when I noticed the floor. In this room, like most of the house, the hardwood was in decent shape, a little worn but solid, except for a roughly circular area near the wall shared with the third bedroom. There, the wood was discolored, almost black, and it felt spongy under my feet. The wallpaper above it was bubbled and peeling, like something caustic had eaten away at it. The damage stopped in a nearly perfect line, as if something was contained in the next room, but its influence was seeping through. I couldn't take it anymore. I left everything where it was and practically ran downstairs. I must have left the kitchen faucet running in my panic earlier because water was all over the floor. I didn't even care enough to clean it up. I just grabbed my keys and got the hell out of there. When I got home, I immediately took a shower. I scrubbed my skin raw, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me, like I'd brought some invisible contamination back with me. My wife noticed something was wrong, but I couldn't explain it properly. How do you tell someone you think you were in a witch's house without sounding completely insane? That night was the worst. My son, who normally sleeps through the night, woke up screaming at exactly 3 in the morning. Not his normal crying. This was different. He was staring wide-eyed at the corner of his room, shrieking like he was terrified. Nothing would calm him down. Not rocking, not feeding, nothing. This continued for almost 2 hours before he finally exhausted himself. I called my mom this morning and told her I couldn't go back to finish the job. That's when she finally admitted something she should have told me from the beginning. "That house has always had a reputation," she said quietly. "Aunt Edith. People in town talked, said she was into things she shouldn't be. I never believed it, but there were times when I was there." She trailed off, and I pressed her for more. She reluctantly told me about doors slamming when no one was there, footsteps following her upstairs, and always, Always the feeling of being watched. She'd written it off as an overactive imagination, but now I knew better. "Why didn't you warn me?" I demanded. "I thought they were just stories," she said. "And we need to clean the house to sell it. The money from the sale is paying for her care." "I get it, I do, but nothing could make me go back there alone. The thing is, someone has to finish the job. The real estate agent is coming next week. My mom can't do it. Her arthritis is too bad for that kind of physical labor. My brother lives 3 states away. I keep thinking about that closet, about the paintings watching me, about what was in those jars, about that drawer full of hair. Was Aunt Edith collecting it? For what purpose? Had she been practicing some kind of witchcraft in that house for decades? What the hell had she conjured up? I don't know what to do. I've never believed in the supernatural before, but after yesterday, I can't deny what I felt in that house. Something evil lives there, something that's been fed and nurtured for years, and now it knows I've seen it. My son is still acting strange today, staring at empty corners, flinching at nothing, and just now, while I was typing this, I swear I caught a whiff of that same sour metallic smell from the closet. Just for a second, then it was gone. I think I've made a terrible mistake. I think I've brought something home with me, and I don't know how to get rid of it. Story 6. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family. Even 20 years later, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I was 11 when it happened, just a normal kid living in a normal house with my parents and older brother in a quiet neighborhood in Michigan. Our house wasn't anything special, a 2-story with 3 bedrooms upstairs, except there weren't enough for all of us. When my brother turned 14, my parents decided he needed his privacy, whatever that meant to an 11-year-old girl, so they converted our basement into a bedroom for me. At first, I was actually excited. The basement was spacious, and they put in carpet, painted the walls light blue, and even installed a small TV so I could watch my shows. It felt like having my own apartment. For the first few months, everything was fine. I got used to the slightly musty smell and the way the heating vents would rattle when they kicked on. The basement had those small rectangular windows near the ceiling that let in a bit of light during the day, but at night it was pitch black unless I had my lamps on. On the night it happened, it was a Friday in November. I was watching TV alone in my room. My parents were upstairs, probably watching their own shows, and my brother was at a friend's house. It was around 10:30, which was past my normal bedtime, but since it was Friday, my parents let me stay up a little later. I remember I was watching some sitcom, laughing at something stupid, when the heating kicked on with its usual rattle. I didn't think anything of it until the show ended at 11. I switched off the TV, and that's when I noticed how eerily quiet it was. The kind of quiet that feels heavy, like it's pressing against your ears. I was getting ready for bed, had just changed into my pajamas, the pink ones with cats on them that my grandma had given me for my birthday, when I heard it. A scratching sound coming from inside the wall next to my bed. At first I thought it might be mice. We'd had them before, and my dad had put out traps. But this scratching was different. It wasn't the random scurrying of tiny feet. It was deliberate, slow, like something was dragging its nails down the inside of the drywall. I froze with one sock on and one sock off, listening. The scratching stopped for a moment, and I let out the breath I'd been holding. But then it started again, this time from a different spot, the wall behind my headboard. And then I heard whispering. I can't tell you what the whispers were saying. It wasn't clear enough to make out words, but it was definitely whispering. Like multiple voices having a conversation, just quiet enough that I couldn't understand. My heart started racing, and I told myself it was just the pipes or the heating system. Old houses make weird noises, right? That's what my dad always said. I quickly finished putting on my socks and crawled into bed, pulling the covers up to my chin. I reached over and turned off my bedside lamp, immediately regretting it as darkness swallowed my room. The only light came from the dim glow of my digital alarm clock, 11:15. The scratching continued, moving around the room, from one wall to another, and the whispering got louder. I squeezed my eyes shut and covered my ears with my pillow, but it didn't help. Somehow the sounds seemed to be inside my head now. I don't know how long I lay there, trembling under my blankets, but eventually the sounds stopped. The silence returned, and I started to relax a little. Maybe I had imagined it all. Maybe I was overtired, or the TV show had scared me more than I realized. I was just about to drift off to sleep when I felt it, a sudden drop in temperature. The air around me became ice cold in seconds, so cold that my breath came out in visible puffs. That's when I knew something was wrong, really wrong. Our basement was always a little cooler than the rest of the house, but never like this. It felt like someone had opened a freezer door right next to my bed. I sat up, fumbling for my lamp switch, but before I could turn it on, I saw it. A figure standing at the foot of my bed, taller than my dad, who was 6 feet, and completely black. Not like a person wearing black clothes, but like a shadow that had peeled itself off the wall. It had no features that I could make out, just a dark silhouette against the already dark room. But somehow, I could see it perfectly. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even blink. It was like my entire body had turned to stone. The figure just stood there for what felt like forever, not moving, not making a sound. I could feel it watching me, even though it didn't have eyes that I could see. And then it moved. Not walking exactly, more like gliding. It moved to the side of my bed, right next to where I was lying frozen in terror. I could feel the cold radiating off it, seeping through my blankets and into my bones. My teeth started chattering, but I still couldn't move anything else. The figure raised what might have been an arm, a darker shadow extending from the main mass, and reached toward my face. That's when my paralysis finally broke. I screamed. I screamed louder than I ever had in my life, a high-pitched shriek of pure terror that should have woken the entire neighborhood. I threw myself out of bed, away from the reaching shadow, and hit the floor hard enough to bruise my knees. I didn't care. I scrambled to my feet and ran for the stairs, not looking back, certain that if I did, I'd see it right behind me, reaching for me with those shadow-like hands. I took the stairs 2 at a time, tripping near the top and scraping my shin, but the pain didn't register. All I knew was that I needed to get to my parents. They would protect me. They would make it go away. I burst through the basement door into the main floor hallway and ran straight to my parents' bedroom, grabbing the handle and twisting it frantically. It was locked. They always locked their door at night, a habit from when my brother and I were younger and would barge in at all hours. "Mom, Dad," I screamed, pounding on the door with both fists. "Please, open up. There's something in my room. Please." I kept pounding and screaming, tears streaming down my face, my voice growing hoarse. I must have been making enough noise to wake the dead, but the door remained closed. I glanced back toward the basement door, certain I'd see the shadow figure emerging from it, but the hallway was empty. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was coming for me, that it wasn't finished. After what seemed like an eternity of screaming and pounding, I realized my parents weren't going to wake up. Either they couldn't hear me, which seemed impossible, or something was preventing them from hearing me. That thought terrified me even more. I ran to the bathroom, slammed the door shut, and locked it. I flipped on all the lights and sat on the edge of the bathtub, shaking uncontrollably. The bathroom was the only room besides the kitchen that had no shadows, thanks to the bright overhead lights and the lack of furniture. I stayed there for what felt like hours, jumping at every creak and groan of the house. At some point, I realized I needed something to sleep on. I wasn't going back to the basement, not for anything. Gathering every ounce of courage I had, I quickly darted out to the living room, grabbed a throw pillow and blanket from the couch, and raced back to the bathroom, locking the door again. I made a little bed in the bathtub, as far from the door as possible, with all the lights blazing. Even then, I didn't sleep much. Every time I started to drift off, I'd jerk awake, certain I'd heard the scratching again or felt the temperature drop. Morning finally came. I knew it was safe when I heard my mom in the kitchen, the familiar sounds of coffee brewing and cabinets opening and closing. Still, I didn't leave the bathroom until I heard her call my name. "Sophia, are you in there?" When I opened the door, my mom looked shocked. "Honey, what happened? Why are you sleeping in the bathroom?" I burst into tears and told her everything. The scratching, the whispering, the shadow figure, how I'd screamed and pounded on their door but they hadn't heard me. My dad came in during my explanation, his face growing more concerned or skeptical, I couldn't tell, as I talked. "Sweetheart," my dad said when I finished, "we didn't hear anything last night. No screaming, no pounding, nothing." "But I was right outside your door," I insisted. "I was screaming as loud as I could." My parents exchanged a look I couldn't interpret. My mom put her arm around me. "I believe you saw something, honey. This house is old and sometimes—" "I'm not sleeping down there anymore," I interrupted. "I can't. It'll come back for me. I know it will." My dad tried to convince me it was just a nightmare, that I'd probably sleepwalked to the bathroom. But my mom seemed less certain. She examined scrape on my shin and the bruises on my knees, evidence that what happened wasn't just in my head. For weeks after that night, I refused to go back to the basement. I slept on the couch, in front of my parents' bedroom door, or in the bathroom with the lights on. My grades started slipping because I wasn't sleeping well. I became jumpy and irritable. Finally, after almost a month, my parents gave in. They moved my brother back to his original room, and I got his room upstairs. We turned the basement back into a storage area. To this day, my dad maintains I had a vivid nightmare. My mom never says much about it, but sometimes I catch her looking at me with this worried expression, like she's waiting for me to bring it up again. I'm 31 now and living in my own apartment several states away from that house. My parents still live there, and when I visit, I never go into the basement alone, not ever. I don't know what was down there that night, or why it came for me specifically. I don't know why my parents couldn't hear me screaming or why it never appeared again after we moved my bedroom. All I know is that it was real, and sometimes, on cold nights when I'm alone in my apartment, I find myself checking the corners of my bedroom for shadows that seem a little too dark, a little too solid, and I always sleep with a light on. Story 7. I still don't know how to explain what happened to me. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but after what I experienced in that house, I'm not so sure anymore. I just need to get this off my chest because it's been haunting me for years. Back in 2013, when I was 11, my parents got divorced. It was pretty rough on me, but I ended up living with my dad, who's blind. We moved to this old house in Riverwood, a 3-story place that had belonged to an elderly couple who had both passed away. The house was big, especially for just the two of us, so my dad let me have the entire 3rd floor to myself. It was cool at first. I had so much space, and I could decorate it however I wanted. The first year was completely normal. I was just a kid adjusting to a new life, going to a new school, and dealing with my parents' divorce. Nothing weird happened at all. But then, in 2014, things started to change. I remember the first incident so clearly. I was sitting with my dad in the living room watching TV. We had soda cans on the coffee table, and I watched as one of them, mine, which was about half full, slid across the table by itself. It wasn't like it fell over or anything. It literally moved like someone had pushed it. I remember freezing and looking at my dad, but of course he couldn't see what had happened. I told myself it was just the condensation on the bottom of the can making it slide or something. But then other things started happening. I'd be doing homework at my desk, and when I dropped a pencil, it would roll back to me instead of away. The first time it happened, I thought it was just the angle of the floor. But then it happened again and again, sometimes rolling back to me from several feet away. It was like someone was picking it up and handing it back. The space heater in my room was another thing. I had this old portable heater that I'd used during the winter. It had a manual switch, not one of those digital ones with a remote. Sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night sweating because the heater had turned itself on full blast. I definitely turned it off before going to bed, and my dad couldn't have come up to my room to turn it on. He wouldn't have been able to navigate the stairs to the 3rd floor in the dark. But the worst things were the shadows. They started appearing about 6 months after we moved in. I'd wake up in the middle of the night and see these figures standing in my room. They weren't just regular shadows cast by furniture or anything like that. They were darker than the darkness itself, like black holes standing in human form. Sometimes they'd be by my closet, sometimes by my window, but most often they'd be right next to my bed, just staring at me. I couldn't see faces, but I could feel them watching. I started sleeping with the lights on after that. My dad thought I was just going through a phase, but how could I explain to him that there were shadow people in our house? He couldn't see them even if he wasn't blind. I was just a kid, and I thought maybe I was imagining things or having really vivid nightmares. For years, this stuff kept happening. Little things would move. I'd put something down and find it somewhere else later. I'd hear footsteps above me when I was on the 3rd floor, which didn't make sense because there was nothing above the 3rd floor except the attic, which was locked and hadn't been opened since we moved in. By 2018, I was 16 and had started dating my girlfriend, Olivia. I never told her about the weird stuff in the house because I didn't want her to think I was crazy. But the first time she came over, she immediately felt uncomfortable. She kept looking over her shoulder and asking if I had heard something. I played it off like she was imagining things, but inside I was freaking out because the activity always seemed to get worse when she was around. One night, we were just hanging out in my room and Olivia had bought some new clothes that still had those little sticker tags on them. She was peeling one off her finger when it suddenly flew out of her hand. Not dropped, not fell, but launched and stuck to the wall across the room. We both saw it happen. It was like someone had grabbed it from her and thrown it. She laughed it off, saying it was static electricity or something, but I saw the look in her eyes. She was scared. A few weeks later, I was at Olivia's house. We were alone in her room watching a movie when I heard someone whisper directly into my ear. It was a man's voice, and all it said was, "Hey, clear as day." I jumped up and looked around, but there was nobody else in the house except for us. Olivia thought I was losing it, but I know what I heard. That night, I was driving home late, around 11 or so. My dad had texted asking when I'd be back, so when I pulled into our driveway, I decided to take a quick video to send to him showing I was home. When I watched the video before sending it, my blood ran cold. In the background, you could clearly see a blacked-out figure walking toward me from the side of the house. It wasn't a normal shadow, it was completely black, like a hole in reality, and it was moving deliberately toward where I was standing. I deleted the video immediately. I didn't want my dad to worry, and honestly, I was trying to convince myself I hadn't seen anything. The next day, Olivia and I went to a thrift store to look for Halloween decorations. We were in the back of the store when I felt a sharp pain across my back, like someone had dragged their nails across it. I asked Olivia to check, and she gasped. There were 3 long scratches down my back, fresh enough that they were just starting to well up with blood. I hadn't bumped into anything, and I was wearing a thick hoodie that somehow had no tears in it despite the scratches underneath. That night, I was taking a shower and noticed something on my chest in the mirror. It looked like someone had drawn the Roman numeral 6 on me with red ink. I tried to wash it off, but it wouldn't come off. It wasn't a cut or a scratch, more like a mark that had appeared from within my skin. By morning it was gone, leaving no trace it had ever been there. After that day, everything stopped, just completely stopped. No more moving objects, no more shadows, no more unexplained noises. It was like whatever had been in the house had finally gotten bored and left. For almost 2 years, everything was normal, and I started to convince myself that maybe I had imagined it all or exaggerated memories from my childhood. But then, 3 months ago, I was home for the weekend from college. I was alone in my old room on the 3rd floor. My dad had kept it exactly the same for when I visited. It was a cold night, so I plugged in the old space heater, used it for a while, and then turned it off before going to bed. In the middle of the night, I woke up sweating. The heater was on full blast, humming away in the corner. I got up to turn it off, and as I reached for the switch, I swear I felt someone breathing on the back of my neck. The air was ice cold, despite the heat blasting from the heater. I spun around, but there was nothing there. Nothing I could see anyway. But I felt it. That same presence I'd felt all those years ago. It was back. Or maybe it had never left. Maybe it had just been watching, waiting for me to let my guard down. I haven't been back to the house since then. I've made excuses to my dad about why I can't visit, and I feel terrible about it. But I can't go back there. Sometimes I wonder if I should tell him everything. But what good would it do? He can't see the shadows, and he has nowhere else to go. That's his home now. The thing that scares me the most isn't what happened. It's that I still don't know why it happened. Why that house? Why me? What were those shadow people? And what did they want? Sometimes I wonder if they followed me out of that house. Sometimes when I'm alone in my dorm room at night, I think I can feel something watching me from the dark corners. And sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep, I swear I can hear someone whispering, "Hey," right into my ear. I still have no explanation for any of it. The scratches, the moving objects, the shadows, the Roman numeral, none of it makes sense. All I know is that something was in that house with us, something that could touch our world but wasn't part of it, and I'm afraid it's still there, waiting for me to come home. Story 8. I still don't sleep well, even though it's been almost 3 months since it happened. I keep the lights on and usually have the TV going in the background, just for some noise. I'm not normally superstitious or anything, but after what happened at my grandma's house, I don't think I'll ever be the same. My great-uncle Martin passed away in early January. He'd been fighting alcoholism for years. Everyone in the family knew it, but nobody really talked about it. Just one of those family secrets, you know? He was my grandma's younger brother, and they were pretty close despite his problems. When we got the call that he'd finally drunk himself to death, my grandma was devastated but not surprised. The doctor said his liver just couldn't take any more. We all gathered at my grandma's house for the funeral. It's this old 2-story place that's been in our family for generations. Creaky wooden floors, lots of old family photos on the walls, that kind of place. My mom, dad, younger sister and I stayed there to help Grandma with the arrangements and just to keep her company during this tough time. The funeral was on a Wednesday and everything seemed normal. Well, as normal as a funeral can be. Some relatives cried, others told stories about Uncle Martin when he was younger, before the drinking took over. The usual stuff. We buried him next to my grandfather in the family plot at the cemetery about 20 minutes from Grandma's house. It was 2 days later, on Friday night, when the weird stuff started. We were all sitting in the living room after dinner. My dad and Grandma were watching some game show on TV. My mom was knitting, and my sister was playing on her phone. I was half reading a book, half dozing off in this big armchair by the window. It was around 9:30 when we heard it, this loud bang on the front door, not like a knock, more like someone had slammed their whole body against it. Everyone jumped. My dad muted the TV. "What the hell was that?" he said, standing up. Before anyone could answer, there was this scratching sound, like fingernails dragging slowly down the wooden door. I can still hear it when I close my eyes. This slow, deliberate scratch. My mom looked at my dad. "Is someone playing a prank?" He walked toward the hallway that led to the front door, but then stopped when the old ventilator near the ceiling started shaking. Not like it was loose or anything. It was moving violently, like someone had grabbed it and was yanking it back and forth. The metal slats were rattling so loud it sounded like they might break. Then the door itself moved. Not opened. It was locked. But it vibrated, shuddered. I don't know the right word, but it moved in a way doors shouldn't move when they're closed and locked. My mom saw it too, and she gasped. "That's impossible," she whispered. "The gate outside is locked too." This is something you need to understand about my grandma's house. There's a front door, but before you even get to it, there's this metal gate about 15 feet from the porch that stays locked. We always keep it locked, so for someone to be at the actual door, they'd have to get past the gate first. My dad grabbed a flashlight from the drawer in the side table. "I'm going to check it out." My grandma, who had been silent until then, suddenly grabbed his arm. "Don't," she said. Her face had gone completely white. "Just don't." The scratching came again, louder this time. 3 long, slow scrapes against the wood. Then silence. My sister, who was only 15, started crying. "What's happening?" she kept asking, but none of us had an answer. Dad tried to act brave. "It's probably just some animal that got trapped between the gate and the house," he said, but his voice was shaking. He didn't believe that any more than we did. What animal could make the ventilator shake like that? What animal could make a solid wooden door move? "Martin," my grandma whispered, so quietly I almost didn't hear her. We all looked at her. She was staring at the hallway, her hands twisting in her lap. "What did you say, Mom?" my mother asked. "It's Martin," she repeated, louder this time. "He's come to visit." A chill ran through me that I can't even describe. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees in an instant. "Mom, Uncle Martin died," my mother said gently. "He was buried 2 days ago. We were all there." My grandma just shook her head. "That doesn't mean he's gone." Another bang, even louder than before. This time it was so forceful that a picture fell off the wall in the hallway. We heard the glass shatter. My dad had had enough. He turned on the flashlight and marched toward the hallway. My mom called after him, but he ignored her. I got up and followed him, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The hallway was cold, much colder than the living room had been. The fallen picture was one of Uncle Martin from years ago, when he was younger and healthier. The glass had broken right across his face. My dad reached for the door handle, then hesitated. "Hello?" he called out. "Who's there?" No answer, but the scratching started again. This time it didn't stop. It just kept going, scratch, 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 like someone or something was trying to claw their way in. Dad put his hand on the lock and I grabbed his arm. "Don't open it," I whispered. He looked at me and I could see he was scared too. Really scared. My dad, who I'd never seen afraid of anything, had fear in his eyes. "We should call the police," I suggested. He nodded, relief washing over his face at having a reason not to open the door. We backed away slowly, the scratching continuing the whole time. When we got back to the living room, my mom was already on the phone with 911. My sister was huddled against my grandma on the couch, both of them shaking. "They're sending someone," my mom said after hanging up. "They said it would be about 20 minutes. 20 minutes. It felt like 20 hours. We all sat there, listening to the scratching and occasional banging. Nobody talked much. What was there to say? Then my grandma started telling us stories about Uncle Martin. "He was so afraid of the dark as a child," she said, her voice distant, like she was talking more to herself than to us. "He used to say there were monsters waiting to get him. That's why he started drinking, you know, to keep the monsters away." None of us knew how to respond to that. The scratching stopped suddenly, and we all held our breath. For a moment, there was complete silence. Then came a sound that still haunts me. A long, low moan that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It wasn't human, but it wasn't animal either. It was like pain made into sound. My sister started sobbing. My mum put her arms around her and looked at my dad with wide, terrified eyes. "What is that?" she mouthed. Then the lights flickered, once, twice, and then they went out completely. We were plunged into darkness, except for the dim glow of Dad's flashlight. "The power's gone out," Dad said unnecessarily. His voice sounded thin in the darkness. "It's just Martin," my grandma said calmly, as if this was all perfectly normal. "He's trying to tell us something." "Mom, please stop saying that," my mother begged. In the beam of the flashlight, I could see my grandma shaking her head. "He wasn't ready to go," she insisted. "He had unfinished business." The moaning sound came again, louder this time, and then there was another bang on the door that made us all jump. The scratching resumed, frantic now, no longer slow and deliberate, but desperate, urgent. "We need to cover the windows," my grandma said suddenly. "He can't come in unless he sees us." This made no sense at all, but we were beyond questioning anything at this point. My mom and I went around the room, pulling curtains closed and draping blankets over the windows that didn't have coverings. The whole time, I kept expecting to see a face pressed against the glass, Uncle Martin's face, bloated and blue as it had been in the casket. The police finally arrived about 30 minutes after we called. By then, the scratching had stopped and the power had come back on. When they checked outside, they found nothing, no footprints, no sign that anyone had been there. The gate was still locked, just as we'd said. Could have been the wind, one officer suggested, but we all knew it wasn't. The wind doesn't make ventilators shake like that. The wind doesn't make doors move when they're closed and locked, and the wind definitely doesn't make that horrible moaning sound. They took a report anyway and promised to send a patrol car by a few times during the night. Small comfort, but at least they believed something had happened, even if they couldn't explain it. After they left, none of us wanted to go to bed. We all stayed in the living room, lights blazing, jumping at every little creak and groan of the old house. My grandma kept insisting it was Uncle Martin, that he was unsettled, that he couldn't rest. He drank to keep the monsters away, she repeated. But in the end, he became the monster. Around 3 a.m, exhaustion finally won out, and we all dozed off where we sat. I woke up at dawn with a stiff neck from sleeping in the armchair. The house was quiet, normal. But as I got up to stretch, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. On the front door, visible now in the early morning light streaming through the windows, were 3 long scratch marks in the wood, fresh marks that hadn't been there the day before. They started high and ran all the way down to about knee height, deep enough to have gouged out splinters. I woke everyone up to show them. My dad tried to explain it away. Maybe the police had accidentally done it with their equipment. Maybe it had always been there and we just hadn't noticed. But we all knew. Those marks weren't there before. My grandma just nodded when she saw them. "He'll be back," she said quietly. "He's not finished yet." We left that day, packed up and went back to our own home about 40 miles away. We tried to convince Grandma to come with us, but she refused. "This is my home," she said, "and he's my brother. I'm not afraid of him." I've been back to visit her a few times since then. She says everything's fine, that there haven't been any more incidents. But sometimes I catch her looking at that door with the scratch marks, and I know she's waiting for Uncle Martin to come back and finish whatever it is he started that night. I don't know what he wanted. I don't know if we'll ever know. But I do know that something was at that door that night, something that shouldn't have been there, something that defied explanation. And sometimes, late at night when I'm trying to sleep, I swear I can hear scratching at my own door. Scratch! 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 It's probably just my imagination. At least that's what I tell myself. But I keep the lights on anyway, just in case. Story 9. Sadi, I can't even believe I'm typing this out, but I need to tell someone. I've been carrying this around for years, and I still can't make sense of it. I've searched online for similar experiences, but found nothing that matches what I saw. This happened when I was 13, staying at my grandmother's house in Newcastle for the weekend. My parents were going through a rough patch, so I'd been spending more weekends at Nan's place. She had this old Victorian-style house with creaky floors and those classic high ceilings. I never felt scared there before. It was just Nan's house, you know. That night I was lying in the guest bedroom. It was around 11 at night, and I was scrolling through my phone under the covers so Nan wouldn't know I was still up. The room was mostly dark, except for the glow from my phone and a bit of streetlight coming through the thin curtains. I remember feeling this weird sensation, like when you think someone's watching you. I glanced up from my phone and nearly dropped it when I noticed something at the foot of my bed. At first, I thought it was just shadows or my eyes playing tricks. You know how when you stare at darkness long enough, you start seeing weird shapes? But this was different. As I watched, these orb-like things started to appear. like they were materializing out of thin air. These weren't just simple balls of light or dust particles catching the light. Each orb had a structure to it, 4 distinct layers. The center was completely black, like a void. Around that was this white layer that pulsated, almost like it was breathing. It would expand and contract rhythmically, and the edges of this white layer would fade rather than having a hard boundary. Then there was another black layer outside that, which would be partially covered and uncovered as the white layer pulsated. The outermost part had this faint white glow, almost like a halo. I know this sounds made up, but I swear on everything that matters to me, this is exactly what I saw. The detail was incredible. These weren't blurry or fuzzy, they were crisp and defined, like looking at something under a microscope. What freaked me out most was that there were tons of them. I'd guess between 70 and 100, and they were all moving together, arranged in a shape that was unmistakably human. There wasn't any visible outline or shell containing them, but the way they moved and positioned themselves clearly formed a human figure. It's like if you took a person and replaced all their atoms with these complex orbs. I couldn't move. I was completely frozen, partly from fear but also from fascination. I wasn't hallucinating, I wasn't sick, I hadn't taken any medication, I wasn't overtired. I was wide awake and completely lucid. Then it started walking toward me, not floating or gliding, walking like a person would. Each step was deliberate, and the orbs shifted and adjusted position with the movement exactly like they would if they were part of a physical body walking. I remember clutching my phone so hard my knuckles went white. I wanted to scream for my nan, but no sound would come out. I was just stuck there, staring. The entity stopped right next to my bed, then it sat down on the edge of the mattress. The mattress sank down. This wasn't some hologram or projection. It had physical weight. I could feel the shift in the bed as the mattress dipped under it. I was terrified, but, and this is the strangest part, I didn't feel threatened. It didn't give off a malevolent vibe. It felt bizarre and completely alien, but not dangerous. I remember thinking crystal clear in my head, "What the hell is that?" over and over. It just sat there for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few minutes. It didn't try to communicate or reach for me. It just existed. Then, as smoothly as it had appeared, it started to fade away. The orbs didn't vanish all at once. They kind of dissolved gradually until there was nothing left. I didn't sleep that night. I kept the light on and sat up until morning, afraid it would come back. But it didn't, at least not that night. I didn't tell my nan what happened. What was I supposed to say? "Hey, a person made of pulsating orbs sat on my bed last night." She already thought I had an overactive imagination. So I kept quiet, tried to convince myself it was just a weird waking dream or something. A few days later, I went back to my mum's house. I thought being away from Nan's place would help me forget about what happened, but I was wrong. 3 nights after I got home, I was in my own bed, trying to fall asleep with my TV on for comfort. That same feeling washed over me, that sensation of being watched. I opened my eyes, and there it was again, standing in the corner of my room. This time, I got a better look at it. The orbs were exactly the same as before, those 4 distinct layers with the pulsating white section. They were arranged in the same humanoid shape. But now I noticed more details. The orbs weren't all the same size. Some were slightly larger, especially the ones that would be in the chest and head area of a person. I remember pinching myself hard, hoping I was dreaming. The sharp pain told me I wasn't. This time, it didn't approach me. It just stood in the corner, the orbs gently pulsating in that rhythmic pattern. After about 5 minutes, it faded away again. The next morning, I finally broke down and told my mum. I was crying. Probably sounded completely mental, but I couldn't keep it in anymore. She looked concerned, not like she thought I was making it up, but like she was genuinely worried. She suggested I might be experiencing sleep paralysis, but I knew that wasn't it. I was fully awake both times, could move freely, and the second time I even pinched myself. Mum had this friend who was into spiritual stuff, and she arranged for me to talk to this medium woman. The medium wasn't like those stereotypical fortune teller types with crystal balls and scarves. She was just a normal-looking lady who worked at a bank during the day. I told her what I saw, and she nodded along like this was perfectly normal information. When I finished, she told me it might be my spirit guide making itself known to me. She said sometimes they appear in forms we can comprehend, and the orb structure might be my brain's way of processing its true form. I wasn't convinced. She'd only been doing the medium thing for a couple of years, and it felt like she was just giving me a generic explanation. Plus, why would a spirit guide just sit on my bed and stare at me without communicating? Over the next few months, I saw the orb entity 3 more times, always at night, always when I was alone. It never did anything threatening, just appeared, stayed for a few minutes, then faded away. The last time I saw it, I actually tried to speak to it. I asked, "What are you?" But it gave no response, no reaction at all. Then, just as suddenly as these visitations had started, they stopped. I haven't seen the orb entity in years now. Sometimes I almost miss it, as weird as that sounds. I've spent countless hours researching paranormal phenomena, trying to find someone else who's seen something similar. I've found stories about orbs, but they're always described as simple balls of light, not these complex layered structures that move together as a single entity. I've considered every rational explanation. Visual migraine? No, I've had those, and they're nothing like this. Hallucination? Possibly, but why the same exact hallucination multiple times? And how would a hallucination make my mattress sink? The detail of those orbs is burned into my memory. The void black center, the pulsating white layer, the black outer middle layer, and that faint white glow around the edges, all of them moving in perfect coordination to form a human shape. The weight of it on my bed, it was real. I know it was real. I'm 21 now, and I still don't have answers. No doctor, psychologist, or paranormal expert has been able to explain what I saw. The experience changed me, made me question what I thought I knew about reality. Sometimes I lie awake at night, half hoping, half fearing that I'll feel that familiar presence again. But it never comes. Maybe it found whatever it was looking for. Maybe it was just passing through. Or maybe it's still watching, just not revealing itself anymore. Whatever it was, I know what I saw. And I'll never forget those layered orbs, moving together like a person made of stars. Story 10. I've never told anyone outside my immediate family about what happened in our home back in 2018. I guess I'm still trying to process it myself, but I need to get this off my chest now. My dad passed away in 2015. He was only 64, and the loss devastated our family. I was especially worried about my mom, Patricia. They'd been married for almost 40 years, and suddenly she was alone in that big house in the Denver suburbs. Then, in 2017, my grandfather, my mom's dad, died too. It was loss upon loss, and I could see Mom struggling, even though she tried to hide it. By early 2018, I couldn't stand watching Mom rattle around in that empty house anymore, so I moved in with her. I had just gone through a messy breakup anyway, and it seemed like the perfect solution for both of us. For the first few months, everything was fine. Well, as fine as things can be when you're both still grieving. Then the weird stuff started happening. It began with Mom looking exhausted in the mornings. When I asked if she was sleeping okay, she'd just shrug and say, "Oh, you know how it is, old people don't sleep well." But I could tell something was wrong. Her eyes had this haunted look, and she jumped at small noises. I figured it was just grief manifesting in a different way. Then one weekend in June, I went to visit my college roommate in Boulder. It was the first time I'd left Mom alone overnight since moving in. When I got back Sunday evening, I found her sitting in the kitchen with all the lights on, clutching a mug of cold tea. She looked like she hadn't slept in days. "Mom, what happened?" I asked, dropping my overnight bag. Her hands were shaking as she set down the mug. "Victoria, I need to tell you something, but you have to promise not to think I'm crazy." That's when she told me about what had happened Friday night. She'd gone to bed around 10, read for a while, then turned off the light. She wasn't sure how long she'd been asleep when she suddenly woke up feeling like someone was watching her. Not just the vague feeling you sometimes get, but an absolute certainty that eyes were fixed on her. I laid there with my eyes closed, trying to convince myself it was nothing, she told me. But the feeling got stronger and stronger until I couldn't stand it anymore. When I opened my eyes, "Here," Mom's voice cracked, and I saw genuine fear in her eyes. There was a face, Victoria, a huge dark shadow face hovering right above me. It was massive, like the size of a serving platter, and so black it was like a hole in the air, but I could make out indentations where eyes should be, just staring down at me. Mom said she'd screamed and flung herself out of bed, grabbing the chair from her vanity and actually throwing it at the thing. But as soon as she did, it just vanished. Not like it moved away or faded. It was just gone, like switching off a TV. She'd spent the rest of the night with all the lights on, calling me repeatedly, but I'd accidentally left my phone on silent. I felt horrible about that. "That's not all," she continued, and I felt my stomach drop. "Last night, it happened again, but different. Saturday night, Mom had been terrified to go to bed, but eventually exhaustion won out. She'd fallen into a fitful sleep, only to wake around 3 in the morning. This time, hovering about 4 feet above her bed, was a glowing white orb about the size of a pomelo or small grapefruit. It wasn't threatening like the face had been. She actually described it as peaceful. But finding any kind of floating object in your bedroom in the middle of the night is disturbing. When she screamed and flailed her arms at it, the orb didn't vanish instantly like the face had. Instead, it slowly floated toward her bedroom door and out into the hallway, like it was deliberately leaving. I didn't know what to say. Mom has always been the most practical, down-to-earth person I know. She doesn't read horror novels or watch scary movies. She's never had any interest in the paranormal. For her to tell me these stories meant she truly believed she'd experienced them. "Do you think I'm losing my mind?" she asked in a small voice. "No," I said firmly, though I wasn't entirely sure. Grief does strange things to people, but those details were so specific, so bizarre. If she was hallucinating, wouldn't her mind create something more conventional, like seeing my dad or my grandfather? I stayed up with her that night, camping out in her room like I was a kid again. Nothing happened, and I started to wonder if maybe it had been some kind of waking dream or sleep paralysis. I did some research the next day while Mom was at her book club, and sleep paralysis seemed like a possible explanation. People often report seeing shadowy figures or feeling a presence. But what happened the third night changed everything. I was in my room down the hall, working on my laptop. Mom was getting ready for bed, and I'd promised to check on her before I turned in. Around 11:30, I heard her scream, not as loud as before, but definitely distressed. I ran to her bathroom where I found her pressed against the wall, toothbrush still in hand, toothpaste foam around her mouth. "It went into my bed," she gasped, pointing at her bedroom. When she'd calmed down enough to explain, she told me she'd been brushing her teeth when she suddenly felt compelled to turn and look toward her bedroom. She described feeling like someone had physically placed their hands on her shoulders and turned her. When she looked, she saw what she described as a blurry gray figure run across her room and dive into her bed, like a child playing, before disappearing into the mattress. "It wasn't as scary as the face," she said. "But why won't they leave me alone?" That's when I decided we needed help. This wasn't sleep paralysis or grief hallucinations. 3 distinct experiences, all different, all while she was fully awake. Something was happening in our house. I'm not particularly spiritual, but my friend Melissa had mentioned a shaman who had helped her aunt after a similar experience. At this point, I was willing to try anything. Mom was becoming a nervous wreck, afraid to be in her own bedroom. The shaman, a woman named Eleanor, came the next day. She wasn't what I expected. No dramatic clothing or crystals. Just a middle-aged woman in jeans and a sweater who spoke with a slight accent I couldn't place. She listened carefully to Mom's stories without interrupting, occasionally nodding as if confirming something to herself. "May I see the bedroom?" she asked when Mom finished. The three of us went upstairs. The moment Elena stepped into Mum's room, she stopped abruptly, her hand going to her throat. "There are two distinct energies here," she said quietly. "They're in conflict." She walked around the room slowly, occasionally stopping to place her hand against the wall or close her eyes. When she reached the spot above Mum's bed where the face had appeared, she actually took a step back. "This is not good," she murmured. Elena asked if she could perform a cleansing ritual. Mum looked at me uncertainly, and I nodded. At this point, what did we have to lose? The ritual itself was surprisingly simple. Elena burned some herbs, sage, I think, and moved through the room while speaking softly in a language I didn't recognize, but it was what she told us afterward that still sends chills down my spine. We sat in the living room, Mom clutching a cup of tea Elena had prepared for her. Elena looked troubled as she gathered her thoughts. "Patricia," she finally said, "I believe I know what's happening here. The dark shadow face you saw, that was your husband," Mom gasped. "Robert, but why would he?" "Your souls have been connected for many lifetimes," Elena continued. "You and he have lived many lives together, but there's a pattern." She hesitated. "In all your previous incarnations together, he outlived you, sometimes by his own doing." The implication hung in the air. I felt sick. He's angry that in this life he died first. His spirit is refusing to move on. He's stuck to you, Patricia, because he doesn't know how to exist without you. He's never had to before. I wanted to dismiss this as nonsense, but something about it resonated unnervingly. Dad had always been possessive of Mom, not in an obvious abusive way, but there were times when his jealousy or need for control would surface. Mom had always brushed it off, but I'd noticed. "What about the white orb?" Mom asked, her voice barely audible. "That was your father," Elena said with certainty. "He's trying to protect you. He senses the danger from your husband's spirit." "And the grey figure, the one that jumped into my bed?" Elena shook her head. "That I'm not sure about. It could be a manifestation of your own fear, or perhaps another spirit drawn to the energy conflict happening here." She performed another ritual before leaving, this one focused specifically on cutting energetic ties between Mom and Dad's spirit. She gave Mom some herbs to burn nightly and instructions for a protection ritual. The strangest part? After Eleanor left, the manifestation stopped. Mom slept through the night. The oppressive feeling that had filled the house lifted. For weeks, then months, everything was normal. I wanted to believe it was just the power of suggestion, that Eleanor had given Mom the psychological tools to overcome her grief-induced hallucinations. That's the rational explanation. But here's the thing that still bothers me 4 years later. Elena knew things she couldn't possibly have known. During the ritual, she suddenly looked at Mom and said, "He gave you a silver bracelet with a broken clasp that you never fixed. You keep it in a blue box." Mom went pale. Dad had given her exactly that bracelet for their 30th anniversary, and she did keep it in her grandmother's old blue jewelry box because the clasp was broken. Elena also mentioned a fight they'd had about a red dress Mom wanted to wear to a company party, a fight no one else had witnessed that Mom had never told anyone about. How could she have known these things? I still don't know what to believe about what happened in our house. Was it really Dad's spirit, angry and possessive even beyond death? Was my grandfather trying to protect Mom from the other side? Or was it all an elaborate manifestation of grief and fear? All I know is that sometimes when I'm staying at Mom's house, I still feel like something is watching me from the shadows. And sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep in the guest room, I swear I can see a faint white glow passing by the doorway, like someone keeping watch. Story 11. I still don't know how to properly talk about what happened that summer in Algeria. It's been 3 years and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I'm not usually the type to believe in supernatural stuff. I'm pretty grounded and logical. But what happened there changed everything I thought I knew about our world. For context, I'm Algerian by heritage, but my parents moved to the UK before I was born. I grew up pretty Western, and while we practiced Islam at home, I never really connected with some of the old country beliefs my grandparents would talk about, especially the stories about jinn, these invisible beings made from smokeless fire that supposedly live alongside us, but in a different dimension. My mum would occasionally mention them when weird things happened, but I always chalked it up to superstition. That changed during my summer visit to my aunt's house in a small town outside Algiers. The trip started normally enough. The usual family gatherings, excessive amounts of food, cousins I barely knew but was expected to bond with. My aunt's house was this old stone building from the colonial era, high ceilings, thick walls, those classic blue-tiled fountains in the courtyard. Beautiful, but also a bit eerie at night with all the shadows. The first week went by uneventfully, just dealing with the crushing heat and trying to remember enough Darija, our dialect, to communicate with relatives who didn't speak English. But everything changed on that Wednesday night in July. It was around 11 at night, and most of the family had gone to bed. My cousin Salim and I were sitting on the external staircase that led from the courtyard up to the roof terrace. We were just catching up, him telling me about university in Algiers, me talking about life in London. It was one of those perfect North African nights, warm but not stifling, with a slight breeze carrying the scent of jasmine from my aunt's garden. The staircase faced a high wall that separated our house from the narrow street beyond. There was a single street lamp on the other side that cast a yellowish glow over the top of the wall. We were just sitting there when I noticed something strange on the wall opposite us, a shadow moving slowly across it. At first I thought it was someone walking by on the street, but something felt off. The shadow moved with purpose, like someone strolling casually, but it was too high up the wall. Given the angle of the street lamp, a person would have needed to be at least 12 feet tall to cast a shadow that high. "Did you see that?" I whispered to Salim. He nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on the wall. "Just wait," he murmured. Within a minute, the shadow returned, moving in the opposite direction. It was unmistakably human-shaped, the outline of shoulders, a head, even what looked like the loose fabric of traditional clothes swaying slightly, but there couldn't possibly be anyone there. The wall was at least 15 feet high, with no ledge or platform on the other side. The shadow passed again and again, always at the same deliberate pace, always the same shape. "What the hell is that?" I finally asked, my voice barely audible. Salim looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. "We call them the invisible ones," he said simply. "Jinn." I laughed nervously. "Come on, man, there's got to be an explanation. Maybe someone with a light behind us." But when I turned around, there was nothing but the dark courtyard. No light source that could create such a defined shadow. No one moving around who could be casting it. "My grandmother says this house has always had them," Salim continued, ignoring my skepticism. "They were here before us, and they'll be here after. Most of the time, they keep to themselves." "Most of the time?" I asked, unable to look away as the shadow made another pass. "Sometimes they get curious. Sometimes they want to remind us they're here." We sat in silence for another 20 minutes, watching the shadow make its rounds. It never varied its pace, never stopped or acknowledged us in any way. Eventually, it just stopped appearing, like someone had turned off a projector. I barely slept that night, telling myself there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe kids playing a prank with lights from another building. Maybe some weird reflection phenomenon. I'm usually good at rationalizing things, but nothing made sense given the angles and lighting. The next day, I didn't mention it to anyone except Salim, who acted like it was no big deal. "It happens sometimes," was all he said, shrugging it off. That casual acceptance somehow made it more unsettling, but that was just the beginning. 2 nights later, I woke up around 3 in the morning, needing to use the bathroom. The guest room I was staying in was on the ground floor, near the central courtyard. The bathroom was just across the hall. As I swung my feet onto the cool tile floor, I heard something that froze me in place, the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. Not just running water, there was a whole sequence of sounds. The squeak of the old faucet turning on, water hitting the bottom of a plastic bucket, the kind everyone keeps in Algerian bathrooms for manual flushing when the plumbing acts up. Then the distinctive sound of someone scooping water with a smaller plastic container, followed by splashing. Someone was taking a traditional bucket shower in the middle of the night. I sat on the edge of my bed, listening. My first thought was maybe one of my cousins or my uncle had gotten up to wash before Fajr prayer, but it was way too early. Dawn was still hours away. The sounds continued, water splashing, the occasional shift of the bucket on the tile floor, even what sounded like someone humming very quietly. I grabbed my phone and texted Salim, knowing he kept his phone by his bed. "Is someone in the bathroom downstairs?" His reply came almost immediately. "No, everyone's upstairs." "Why?" My heart started racing. I texted back, "I hear someone using the bathroom." 3 dots appeared as he typed, then, "Stay in your room, I'm coming down." A few minutes later, I heard Salim's careful footsteps on the stairs. He appeared in my doorway, looking concerned. "You still hear it?" he whispered. I nodded. The water sounds continued unabated. Splash, scoop, pour, splash. Salim's face changed. Not fear exactly, but a kind of resigned recognition. "Wait here," he said, disappearing toward the living room. He returned with his father, my Uncle Karim, who was rubbing sleep from his eyes. They stood in the hallway, listening to the unmistakable sounds coming from the bathroom. Uncle Karim sighed deeply. "It's nothing," he said in Arabic. "Go back to sleep." "But someone's in there," I insisted in my broken Darija. "No one is in there," my uncle replied firmly. "The door is locked from the outside." Sure enough, I could see from where I sat that the old-fashioned key was in the lock on our side of the door. Salim moved toward the bathroom door, but his father caught his arm. "Leave him be," he said quietly. "He's not bothering anyone." "Him." "Not it. Him." I didn't sleep another minute that night. The water sounds continued for almost an hour before stopping abruptly. No sound of the door opening or closing, just silence. At breakfast the next morning, I tried to bring it up, but my aunt quickly changed the subject. Later, when I cornered Salim alone, he finally explained, "Some houses have jinn living in them," he said matter-of-factly, as if discussing the weather. "This house has had the same ones for generations. My grandmother says they were here when her parents bought the place in the 1920s. "So, you're saying ghosts are taking showers in your bathroom?" I asked, unable to keep the skepticism from my voice despite what I'd heard. "Not ghosts," Salim corrected. "Jinn. They're not dead humans. They're something else, created from smokeless fire, the Quran says. They live alongside us, but in a different dimension that sometimes overlaps with ours." "And your family is just okay with this?" He shrugged. "What choice do we have? It's their home too. As long as they don't cause problems, we leave them alone." "The one in the bathroom, my grandmother says he's been here the longest. He likes cleanliness. Sometimes he uses the bathroom at night." The casual way my cousin discussed this invisible housemate made my skin crawl. "Has anyone ever seen them? Not just shadows or heard sounds, but actually seen them?" Salim hesitated. "My grandmother says she saw one once when she was young, said it looked almost human, but wrong somehow. Too tall, limbs too long. She wouldn't talk about it more than that." Over the next few days, I started noticing other things, objects that moved between rooms when no one had touched them, the distinct smell of burning incense in empty rooms, the sound of footsteps on the roof when everyone was accounted for. The most disturbing story came from my Aunt Fatima. We were preparing dinner one evening when she told me about her brother, my Uncle Yusuf, whom I hadn't met yet. "He was the worst kind of man," she explained while chopping onions. "Treated women like servants, wouldn't let his daughters go to school, beat his wife. Then, about 5 years ago, something changed." "What happened?" I asked. The family says a jinn took interest in him, she said, lowering her voice. A female jinn who couldn't stand his treatment of women. At first he would have these episodes. His body would shake, he'd speak in a voice not his own, a woman's voice, saying terrible things about men like him. I tried not to show how disturbed I was by this. Like possession? Something like that. But then the strangest thing happened. After these episodes, he started to change. He enrolled his daughters in school, started helping his wife with housework, became a different man. You think a female jinn made him a feminist? I couldn't keep the disbelief from my voice. My aunt smiled. I think something changed him, whether it was conscience, fear, or something else. Who can say? But the family believes it was the Lady of Fire, as they call her. She told me I would meet Uncle Yusef at dinner the next day, and I did. He seemed perfectly normal, quiet, respectful, nothing like the monster my aunt had described. But at one point during the meal, while discussing his daughter's university plans, he suddenly went rigid. His coffee cup clattered to the table, his eyes rolled back, and for just a few seconds, his entire body shook with small spasms. No one reacted, not one family member even acknowledged it. He recovered within seconds, picked up his cup, and continued the conversation as if nothing had happened. Later, I asked Salim about it. The possession spasms, he explained casually. They happen less frequently now. The jinn doesn't need to take full control anymore. Just little reminders when his old thinking tries to surface. On my last night in Algeria, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about everything I'd experienced. The shadow on the wall, the bathroom sounds, my uncle's spasms. I decided to go sit in the courtyard for some fresh air. As I opened my door, I came face to face with a tall figure standing in the hallway. For a split second, I thought it was Salim or one of my other cousins. But as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized something was wrong with the proportions. This figure was too tall, at least 7 feet, with limbs that seemed just slightly too long for its body. I couldn't make out a face in the darkness, just the outline of a head and shoulders. We stood there, facing each other, for what felt like an eternity but was probably only seconds. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even think. Then, without a sound, the figure simply wasn't there anymore. It didn't walk away or fade. It was just gone, as if it had never been there at all. I spent the rest of the night sitting on my bed with the lights on, door locked, waiting for morning. I didn't tell anyone what I'd seen. Somehow, putting it into words would make it too real, too undeniable. As my taxi pulled away from my aunt's house the next day, I looked up at the windows of the old stone building. In a second-floor window, I saw a figure watching me leave, tall, slightly misshapen, standing perfectly still. Then I blinked, and there was nothing there but a curtain moving gently in the breeze. I don't know what to make of what happened in Algeria. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, looking for rational explanations. Maybe the shadow was some weird light trick. Maybe the bathroom sounds were old pipes. Maybe the figure in the hallway was just my imagination, fueled by all the jinn stories I'd been hearing. But deep down, I know what I experienced. There was something in that house, several somethings, that couldn't be explained by physics or psychology. Things that my family had learned to live alongside, to accept as part of their world. I still consider myself a rational person, but now I live with the knowledge that our world might be shared with others we can't always see. Beings that sometimes make themselves known through shadows on walls, sounds in empty rooms, or figures glimpsed in the darkness, the invisible ones. Story 12. I still can't properly explain what happened that night on Karadi Bridge. It's been 3 months, and I get goosebumps just thinking about it. I've always been skeptical about paranormal stuff, but after what we experienced, I don't know what to believe anymore. I'm Emily, 22, studying for competitive exams at a coaching center in Nagpur, about an hour from my hometown of Bandara. 7 of us from the same area formed a carpool group since the classes often run late. Aditya owns the car, a white Maruti Swift that's usually reliable. Then there's Priya, Rohit, Neha, Sanjay, and Deepak. We've known each other since school, so the long drives were actually fun most days. That night started like any other. Our classes ended at 8:30 and we left Nagpur around 9. It was early November, so the night was cool but not too cold. I remember Priya complaining about how hungry she was, and Deepak teasing her about always thinking about food, normal stuff. The highway connecting Nagpur to Bandara is mostly empty after dark. It cuts through farmland and small patches of forest with barely any streetlights. Most sections are pitch black except for our headlights. We were used to it though. We'd been making this trip for nearly a year. Around 9:30, we were crossing Karadi Bridge, a concrete structure that spans about half a kilometer over the Kanhan River. The bridge isn't anything special, just a standard 2-lane road with concrete barriers on both sides that are about waist high. Below it is a drop of maybe 15 meters to the river. Aditya was driving around 80 kilometers per hour, which was normal for that stretch. We were all tired but still chatting. I was sitting in the back, squeezed between Priya and Neha, half listening to some debate about a cricket match. Then it happened. A man appeared right in front of our car. I mean, right in front of us. Not walking from the side, not crossing the road from a distance. He just seemed to materialize directly in our path. He was wearing what looked like a white shirt and dark pants. I couldn't see his face clearly because it all happened so fast. Aditya slammed on the brakes and we all lurched forward. I remember Priya screaming next to me and the awful screech of tires. There was a dull thud. I definitely heard it. We all did, except maybe Sanjay. The car skidded to a halt, and there was this horrible moment of silence. We were all breathing hard, staring through the windshield at the empty road ahead. "Did we hit him?" Neha whispered. "I saw him jump off the bridge," Sanjay insisted. Just as we were about to hit him, he vaulted over the side barrier. Aditya was white as a sheet, gripping the steering wheel so hard his knuckles were pale. I think we hit something." We sat there for maybe 30 seconds, all of us too shocked to move. Finally, Rohit, who was in the front passenger seat, opened his door. "We need to check." One by one, we got out of the car. The night air felt unusually cold and still. The only sound was the ticking of the cooling engine and our footsteps on the asphalt. The headlights created long shadows across the bridge. We looked under the car, behind it, all around it. Nothing. No person, no body, no blood. The front of the car was completely undamaged, not even a scratch. "I swear I heard a thud," I said, rubbing my arms against the chill. "Me too," Priya nodded, her voice shaky. "And I saw him jump," Sanjay insisted again. "He went right over that barrier." He pointed to the side of the bridge. Deepak walked to the edge and peered over cautiously. "I can't see anything. It's too dark down there." "Maybe he fell into the river," Rohit suggested. "From this height, he'd be seriously injured," Neha said. "We should call the police," I suggested, pulling out my phone. That's when I noticed I had no signal, not a single bar, which was weird because we usually had decent reception on the highway. "No signal," I said, showing my phone screen to the others. Everyone checked their phones. Same result. 0 bars for all of us. "Let's just go," Aditya said, already heading back to the driver's seat. "There's nothing here. Maybe it was an animal or something." We reluctantly got back in the car. I couldn't shake the image of that man appearing so suddenly, and the thud, it was so distinct. How could we have hit nothing? Aditya turned the key. The car didn't start. He tried again. The engine made a weak clicking sound, but wouldn't turn over. "What's wrong?" Priya asked, her voice rising with panic. "I don't know," Aditya muttered, trying again and again. "This makes no sense. The car was fine all day." After several attempts, we all got out again and decided to push the car to the side of the bridge. It took all 7 of us straining to move it, but we managed to get it against the right barrier, leaving enough space for any vehicles that might pass by. Not that there were any. The highway remained eerily empty. "Maybe someone will drive by and help," Rohit said without much conviction. We huddled near the car, trying to figure out what to do. That's when I first heard it, a soft splashing sound from below the bridge. At first, I thought it was just the river current, but then there was a distinct pattern to it, almost like footsteps in shallow water. "Do you guys hear that?" I whispered. Everyone went quiet. The splashing continued, followed by what sounded like a low moan. "It's just the wind," Deepak said, but his face told a different story. The sounds grew louder, splashes, then a scraping noise like nails against the concrete pillars supporting the bridge. "Someone's down there," Neha whispered, clutching my arm. "Maybe it's the guy who jumped," Sanjay suggested. "Or the one we hit," Priya added. The scraping sound got more intense, as if something was climbing up the bridge support. None of us dared to look over the edge. We were frozen in place, listening to whatever was making those sounds. Then, the noises stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was somehow worse. "We need to get out of here," I said, my voice barely audible. "The car won't start," Aditya reminded me. "Then we walk," I replied. "Are you crazy?" Rohit hissed. "It's at least 15 kilometers to the next town, in the dark on this highway." He was right, of course. Walking wasn't a realistic option, not with whatever was down there potentially following us, so we waited, huddled together beside the useless car. The temperature seemed to drop with each passing minute. I checked my phone again. 10:15 p.m., still no signal. The sounds from below started again, but different this time. A rhythmic tapping against the underside of the bridge, like someone knocking from below. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. "It knows we're here," Priya whispered, tears streaming down her face. "Stop it," Rohit snapped, but his voice trembled. "It's just water hitting the supports or something. But water doesn't create such a deliberate pattern, and it doesn't laugh." Yes, that's what came next. A faint, gurgling laugh from directly beneath where we stood. It was barely audible at first, then grew louder until it was unmistakable. A man's laugh, distorted as if coming through water. Neha started praying quietly beside me. Sanjay joined her. I'm not religious, but at that moment, I wished I was. The laughter faded, replaced by what sounded like whispers in a language I couldn't understand. Multiple voices now, not just one, all speaking in hushed, urgent tones. "Try the car again," Deepak urged Aditya, who had been standing frozen, staring at the edge of the bridge. Aditya snapped out of his trance and rushed to the driver's door. We all held our breath as he turned the key. Click. Nothing. He tried again. Click. Nothing. "The battery seems fine," he said, confusion evident in his voice. "The lights work, the radio works. It just won't start." As if responding to his words, the car radio suddenly turned on by itself, blasting static at full volume. We all jumped. Aditya lunged for the knob and twisted it off, his hands shaking. "What the hell is happening?" he whispered. The tapping returned, louder and more insistent. Tap, tap, tap. The whole bridge seemed to vibrate with each knock. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw something white moving at the far end of the bridge, the end we had come from. A figure, standing motionless in the middle of the road. "Look," I said, pointing. Everyone turned. The figure was too far away to make out clearly, but it appeared to be a man in white clothes, just standing there, watching us. "Is that him?" Priya gasped. "It can't be," Sanjay insisted. I saw him jump off the bridge. As we watched, the figure began walking toward us, slowly, deliberately, each step measured and unnatural. "Get in the car," Rohit ordered. We didn't argue. We scrambled inside, locking the doors behind us. Through the windows, we could see the figure getting closer. It was definitely a man in a white shirt and dark pants, the same one who had appeared in front of our car. "Try starting it again," Neha pleaded. Aditya turned the key. Click, nothing. The figure was about 50 meters away now, close enough that we should have been able to see his face. But there was something wrong with it. It was blurry, indistinct, as if someone had smudged it out. "Keep trying," Deepak urged, his eyes fixed on the approaching figure. Aditya kept turning the key frantically. Click, click, click. 30 meters now. The tapping from below had stopped. The only sound was our panicked breathing and the clicking of the ignition. 20 meters. I could see now that the man's movements weren't right. He didn't swing his arms as he walked, his legs bent at odd angles. 10 meters. We could see through him, partially. The white of his shirt seemed to flicker, like a bad TV signal. 5 meters. He raised an arm toward our car. "Please," Aditya whispered, turning the key one more time. The engine roared to life. We didn't wait. Aditya slammed the car into gear and floored it. The tires screeched as we shot forward. I looked back through the rear window. The figure was standing in the middle of the road where we had been, his arms still outstretched. As we watched, he slowly lowered it and turned to face the direction we were fleeing. Then he flickered out of existence. No one spoke as we sped away from the bridge. The car that had refused to start for over an hour was now running perfectly. Our phones suddenly showed full signal strength. It was 11:27 p.m. We had been stranded on that bridge for nearly 2 hours, though it felt like an eternity. We didn't stop until we reached Bandara. None of us wanted to be dropped off alone, so we all went to Rohit's house since his parents were away. We spent the night huddled in his living room, lights on, hardly sleeping. The next day, in daylight, we tried to make sense of what happened. Aditya had the car checked by a mechanic who found absolutely nothing wrong with it. We searched online for any accidents on Karadi Bridge, but found nothing recent. Sanjay suggested going back during the day to look for clues, but nobody was brave enough to agree. Whatever happened that night on the bridge, none of us wanted to risk encountering it again. It's been 3 months now. We've changed our route, taking a longer way that avoids that bridge completely. Our carpool still continues, but we never stay late at the coaching center anymore. We make sure to leave Nagpur well before sunset. Sometimes when I'm trying to sleep, I hear that tapping sound again. Tap, tap, tap. And in my dreams, I see that figure with the blurred face, arm outstretched, reaching for me. I don't know what we encountered that night. A ghost? Something else? All I know is that 7 people experienced the same thing, and none of us can explain it. And sometimes, when I look in my rearview mirror while driving at night, I half expect to see a man in a white shirt standing in the middle of the road behind me. Story 13. I still get chills when I think about that night. It's been 2 years, and I've tried to convince myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But deep down, I know what I heard was real. We'd only been living in Willowbrook for about 4 months when it happened. Dad got a job transfer in early 2021, and we had to pack up our whole lives and move to this tiny town where I knew absolutely no one. It was especially hard being 14. Not exactly the best time to start over, you know? New school, new people, and a house that never quite felt like home. Our new place was this big 2-story house on Maple Street. It wasn't super old or anything, but it had this weird vibe to it. My room was upstairs at the end of the hall, and I had one of those loft beds with the desk underneath. I spent most of my time up there on my laptop, trying to keep in touch with my old friends through social media and watching YouTube videos until ungodly hours of the night. That night, it was a Friday in April, my parents were out at some work dinner for my dad, and my older brother Jake and my little sister Emma were at a birthday sleepover for one of Emma's friends. The friend lived like 3 hours away, so they were staying overnight. I didn't think much of being home alone. It wasn't the first time, and I actually kind of enjoyed having the house to myself. I remember it was around 9:30 when my stomach started growling. I'd been binge-watching this stupid show for hours and hadn't eaten since lunch. I sat up in my loft bed and rubbed my eyes, which were burning from staring at the screen for so long. That's when I heard it, a sort of shuffling sound downstairs. At first I thought maybe Mom and Dad had come home early, or maybe it was our dog Baxter moving around. He was getting old and sometimes wandered around at night. I didn't think much of it, so I closed my laptop, which immediately plunged my room into darkness. I hadn't realized how dark it had gotten outside. I reached for my phone to use the flashlight. The light switch was across the room, and I was too lazy to climb down and walk over there. As I was fumbling around trying to find my phone in the dark, I heard it, a voice, a man's voice, and it came from directly underneath my bed. "Eliza," it whispered. I froze. Every muscle in my body just locked up. At first I thought it had to be Jake. He was always playing stupid pranks on me, and this seemed like exactly the kind of thing he'd do to freak me out. But something about the voice didn't sound right. It was deeper than Jake's, more adult. "It's just Jake," I told myself. "He's just being a jerk." I leaned over the edge of my loft bed, squinting into the darkness below. "Very funny, Jake," I said, trying to sound annoyed instead of terrified. "You can come out now." There was no response, just silence. I started to think maybe I'd imagined it when... "Eliza." This time it was louder, not quite a shout, but definitely not a whisper, and it was definitely coming from under my bed. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I scrambled to find my phone, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped it between the bed and the wall. I finally got hold of it and turned on the flashlight, pointing it down toward the floor. I couldn't see anyone under there, but the light didn't reach all the way into the corners. There's this weird space between the desk part and the wall that's always been too dark to see into properly. I don't know what came over me, but suddenly I was filled with this desperate need to get out of my room. I practically flew down the ladder from my loft bed, not even bothering with the last few rungs. I just jumped. I ran to my bedroom door and flipped on the light switch, then spun around to look under the bed. Nothing. There was nobody there, but I wasn't taking any chances. I bolted out of my room and down the stairs, calling out for Baxter. Usually he'd come running when I called, but there was no sign of him. The whole house was completely silent. I checked the living room, the kitchen, the bathrooms. No one was home. I even looked in the garage, but my parents' car wasn't there, and Baxter was nowhere to be found either, which was super weird. With shaking hands, I called my dad. He picked up after a few rings. "Hey, honey, everything okay?" he asked. "Dad, is anyone supposed to be home right now?" My voice was trembling. "No, it's just you until we get back. Your brother and sister are at that sleepover, remember? We should be home in about an hour." "Why, what's wrong?" I wanted to tell him about the voice, but I was afraid he'd think I was making it up or being dramatic. Plus, if he thought someone was in the house, he'd call the police, and I'd feel stupid if they came and found nothing. I thought I heard something, that's all. Where's Baxter?" "He's with us. We took him to the groomer after work and decided to just bring him along to dinner. They have that outdoor patio, remember?" So I really was completely alone in the house. The realization made my blood run cold. "Eliza, what's going on?" Dad sounded worried now. "Nothing. I just got spooked by a noise. I'm fine. See you when you get home." I hung up before he could ask any more questions. Then I went to the kitchen and grabbed the biggest knife I could find from the block on the counter. I know it sounds crazy, but I wasn't taking any chances. With the knife in one hand and my phone in the other, I started methodically checking every single room in the house. I looked in all the closets, behind the shower curtains, under all the beds. I checked every window and door to make sure they were locked. Nothing was out of place. No signs of forced entry. No strange men hiding anywhere. But I knew what I'd heard. That voice had said my name, twice, and it wasn't my imagination. I was too terrified to go back to my room, so I decided to camp out on the living room couch. I turned on every light in the downstairs, locked the front door, and sat there with the knife next to me, jumping at every little creak and groan the house made. I tried to distract myself by watching TV, but I couldn't focus on anything. My mind kept replaying that whisper over and over again, "Eliza." The way it had said my name, like it knew me, like it had been waiting for me. After what felt like forever, I heard my parents' car pull into the driveway. I've never been so relieved to hear that sound in my life. I practically ran to the door to let them in, Baxter bounding in ahead of them, all clean and fluffy from the groomer. "Whoa, what's with the knife?" Mom asked, eyeing the blade I was still clutching. I burst into tears. It was like all the fear and tension I'd been holding in just came pouring out at once. Between sobs, I tried to explain what had happened, but I could tell from their faces they didn't believe me. Dad checked my room anyway, but of course, there was nothing there. You probably just dozed off for a second and had a dream, Mum suggested, rubbing my back. Or maybe it was the house settling. These old places make all kinds of strange noises. But our house wasn't even that old, and I know I wasn't dreaming. I was wide awake when I heard that voice. They let me sleep in their room that night, probably more to humor me than anything else. I don't think they believed there had actually been someone or something under my bed. They thought I was just a scared kid with an overactive imagination. The next day, Dad installed a security system with cameras and motion sensors. I think he did it more to make me feel safe than because he thought we needed it. But even with the security system, I couldn't bring myself to sleep in my room for almost 2 weeks. When I finally did move back in, I took the loft bed apart and got a regular bed that sits directly on the floor, no space underneath for anything to hide. It's been 2 years, and nothing like that has ever happened again. Sometimes I almost convince myself that maybe I did imagine it. Maybe it was just the house settling or the wind or my own brain playing tricks on me. But then I remember how clearly I heard it. The way it said my name, the fact that it knew my name at all, and I know deep down that whatever was under my bed that night was real. I still live in that house. I still sleep in that room, but I never, ever dangle my feet over the edge of the bed. And sometimes, late at night, when everyone else is asleep, I think I can hear something moving around downstairs. A shuffling sound, like someone or something is walking around down there. I don't go to investigate anymore. I just pull the covers over my head and wait for morning. Because the truth is, I don't think I was alone in the house that night, and I don't think whatever was there ever really left. Story 14. I don't even know where to begin with this. I've been holding it in for so long, and I need to get this off my chest. I've never told anyone outside my family about what happened in that house. Maybe writing it all down will help me make sense of it, though I doubt it. I was 14 when we moved into the old caretaker's house. My dad got a job managing the grounds of this private school, and the house came with the position. It was this 2-story stone building from the 1920s, sitting at the edge of the school property. The place had character, I'll give it that. High ceilings, creaky wooden floors, a winding staircase. But from the first day, something felt off. I remember helping my parents unload boxes when I got this weird sensation, like someone was watching me. I kept looking over my shoulder, but no one was there. I brushed it off as nerves about the move. The first strange thing happened about 3 weeks after we settled in. I was doing homework in my bedroom when I heard 3 distinct knocks on my door. I called out, "Come in," but nobody did. I got up to open the door, and the hallway was empty. My mom was downstairs cooking, and my dad was still at work. I figured maybe my mom had knocked and then gone back downstairs for something. That night, I woke up around 3 in the morning to the sound of footsteps in the hallway. Heavy, deliberate steps that stopped right outside my door. I lay there frozen, heart pounding, waiting for someone to come in. The doorknob turned slowly, and I pulled my blanket up to my chin. The door creaked open a few inches, then stopped. I couldn't see anyone there. After what felt like forever, the door slowly closed again, and the footsteps continued down the hall. The next morning, I asked my parents if either of them had come to my room during the night. They both said no, and my mom joked that I must have been dreaming. But I know what I heard. These weird occurrences kept happening. Knocks with no one there, footsteps when everyone was accounted for, doors opening and closing by themselves. At first, I tried to find logical explanations. Maybe it was the house settling, or drafts, or my imagination running wild. But then things started moving. I'd put my phone on my desk, go to the bathroom, and come back to find it on my bed. I'd leave a glass of water on my nightstand and wake up to find it on the floor, unbroken. One time, I was studying for a math test, and my calculator slid across the desk right in front of my eyes, not like it was pushed by something. It just moved on its own, like it was being pulled by an invisible string. I started to feel like I was losing my mind. I'd tell my parents about these things, and they'd exchange these looks like they were worried about me. My dad suggested it might be stress from the new school, and my mom thought maybe I was just seeking attention since she was pregnant with my little brother Lucas at the time. Then came the day I actually saw him. I was home alone, grabbing a snack from the kitchen. It was around 4 in the afternoon, still daylight outside. I was heading back to my room when I glanced down the hallway toward the living room, and there he was, a tall, completely black figure standing in the doorway. Not just a shadow or a dark shape, a solid black silhouette of a man taller than any normal person, maybe 6.5 feet. He had no features, no face, just this pitch black outline of a person. I froze. My whole body went cold, and I couldn't move or scream. The weird thing was, I wasn't exactly scared. I was freaked out, obviously, but I didn't feel threatened. It was more like he wanted me to know he was there, like he wanted to be acknowledged. We just stood there, staring at each other, though I couldn't see any eyes to know if he was actually looking at me. After maybe 30 seconds, he stepped backward into the living room and disappeared. My legs gave out, and I sat on the floor for I don't know how long, trying to process what I'd seen. When my parents got home, I tried to tell them, but the words wouldn't come out right. I just said, I thought I saw someone in the house. My dad checked all the doors and windows, but everything was locked. My mum sat with me and tried to calm me down, saying I probably saw shadows from the trees outside, but I knew what I saw. After that first sighting, I started seeing him more often, always in glimpses, standing at the end of the hallway, watching from a doorway, or just a quick movement out of the corner of my eye, and always when I was alone. He never appeared when anyone else was around. The weird thing is, my parents never saw him, but they experienced other things. My mom would complain about items being moved. She'd put her keys down and find them somewhere else entirely. My dad got frustrated when tools would go missing from his workbench, only to turn up in strange places like the bathroom or under the couch. They heard the knocks and footsteps too, but they kept coming up with explanations. The old pipes, the wind, the house settling. I started calling him the Shadow Man in my head. I never felt like he wanted to hurt me or my family. It was more like he was curious, or maybe lonely. Sometimes I'd be doing homework and I'd feel him watching me. I'd look up and he'd be standing in the corner of my room, motionless. I'd acknowledge him with a nod and he'd disappear. When my mom was about 8 months pregnant with Lucas, things got more intense. Objects started breaking. Picture frames would fall off walls. Glasses would shatter in the cupboards. One night, all the kitchen cabinets were open when we came down for breakfast. My dad finally started to take it seriously when his favorite coffee mug flew off the counter and smashed against the wall while he was standing right there. We had a family meeting, and my parents finally admitted that something strange was happening in the house. My dad contacted the school administration to ask about the history of the place. Turns out the previous caretaker had died in the house about 15 years earlier. He was an older man who lived alone, and they found him at the bottom of the stairs. They thought he had fallen, but no one really knew for sure. My mom was really stressed about the whole situation. Being heavily pregnant and dealing with a possibly haunted house was taking a toll on her. She made my dad promise that if things got worse, we'd move out after the baby was born. The night my mom went into labor, I was home alone again. The Shadow Man appeared in my doorway, and for the first time, he seemed agitated. He kept appearing and disappearing in different parts of my room, like he was pacing. I actually spoke to him, asking what was wrong. He stopped moving and just stood there. I swear the air around him felt different, heavier, charged with some kind of emotion. Then my phone rang. It was my dad calling from the hospital, telling me my mom was in labor and they were having the baby. The Shadow Man disappeared after that, and I didn't see him for several days. When my parents brought Lucas home, the house felt different, calmer somehow. The knocking stopped, the footsteps went away, and things stayed where we put them. I thought maybe the Shadow Man had moved on. But then, about a week after Lucas came home, I was sitting in the living room watching TV when I saw him standing next to Lucas's bassinet. My heart nearly stopped. I jumped up, ready to grab my brother, but the shadow man didn't move. He just stood there, looking down at the baby. Again, I didn't feel any malice from him, just curiosity. After a moment, he reached out. I couldn't see a hand, just the black shape extending, and then he vanished. I checked on Lucas immediately and he was fine, sleeping peacefully. When my mom came in, I was still standing over the bassinet, shaking. She asked what was wrong and I told her everything, about the shadow man, all the times I'd seen him, how he seemed interested in Lucas. My mom went pale. She sat me down and made me promise never to tell Lucas about the shadow man, not when he was little, not when he grew up, never. She made me swear, and I did. I think she was afraid that acknowledging the entity might somehow give it power, or that Lucas might be influenced by knowing about it. The strangest thing happened after that conversation. I stopped seeing the shadow man completely. It was like he knew we'd talked about him and decided to remain hidden, but the house still felt occupied. I'd get these cold spots walking through certain areas, or I'd feel like someone was watching me even when I was alone. For about 3 years, things were relatively normal. We still had the occasional unexplained noise or misplaced item, but nothing dramatic. Lucas grew into a happy, energetic toddler who loved his toy cars and trucks. He had this favorite red fire truck that he carried everywhere. Then came the day that still gives me chills when I think about it. It was a Saturday afternoon and I was 17 by then. My dad was outside working in the yard, my mom was doing laundry, and I was in my room working on a history paper. Lucas, who was 3 at this point, was playing with his cars in the living room. I could hear him making engine noises and talking to his toys. Suddenly there was this blood-curdling scream. I've never moved so fast in my life. I ran downstairs to find Lucas standing in the hallway, face white as a sheet, pointing back toward the living room. "The man!" he kept screaming. "The man in there!" I looked into the living room, but I couldn't see anyone. Then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Lucas's little red fire truck was rolling slowly across the floor, following him into the hallway. Not like it had been pushed or thrown. It was moving steadily, purposefully, all by itself. My mom came running down the stairs and scooped Lucas up. He was hysterical, clinging to her and sobbing about the black man who was watching him play. My mom shot me this accusatory look like I'd broken my promise and told Lucas about the shadow man, but I swear I never did. That night, after Lucas was finally asleep, my mom confronted me in my room. She was angry, convinced I'd scared Lucas with stories about the shadow man. I told her the truth. I'd kept my promise. I hadn't said a word to him. She didn't believe me at first, but I think she could see I was being honest. "Then how did he know?" she asked, her voice breaking. "How did he know about the man?" "Because he saw him," I said simply, "just like I did." We moved out 3 months later. My dad found a job at another school across town. My mom insisted we needed more space with a growing boy, but I know the real reason. She was terrified that whatever was in that house had taken an interest in Lucas. The funny thing is, I never felt the shadow man meant us any harm. Even now, years later, I think he was just there, existing alongside us, wanting to be acknowledged. Sometimes I wonder if he's still in that house, watching the new family that moved in, or if he somehow followed us to our new place. Lucas doesn't remember any of it now. He's 10, and if you ask him about the old house, he just shrugs and says it was okay. But sometimes when he thinks no one is watching, I catch him staring into empty corners or talking quietly to himself, and I wonder if he can still see things that the rest of us can't. Story 15. I still get chills thinking about my time at Misawa Air Base. It's been 7 years since I left Japan, but what happened there has stayed with me. I've never shared this publicly before, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. I was stationed at Misawa as a staff sergeant in the Air Force, working as a C2 controller. The job itself was demanding but manageable. 12-hour shifts coordinating aircraft movements, managing flight plans, that kind of thing. When I first arrived in the spring of 2013, I was temporarily housed in the visitors' quarters until permanent housing was assigned. After about 2 weeks, I got my assignment, dorm building 666. Yeah, I know how that sounds. Trust me, we all made the jokes. Welcome to hell, my supervisor said with a laugh when he saw my paperwork. I didn't think anything of it at the time. It was just a number, right? The building itself was nothing special. 3 stories of plain concrete built in the 80s, situated near the edge of the base. My room was on the 2nd floor, facing the small wooded area that separated the base from the surrounding Japanese neighborhood. It had the standard military furnishings: twin bed, metal desk, small bathroom, mini fridge. Nothing unusual. The first night was fine. I was exhausted from unpacking and settling in, so I crashed hard and woke up for my shift the next morning without incident. It was around the 3rd night that things started getting weird. I'd never had sleep paralysis before. I didn't even know what it was until I looked it up after that first episode. I remember waking up in the middle of the night, completely unable to move. My eyes were open and I was fully conscious, but my body felt like it was made of concrete. The worst part was the overwhelming sense of dread that came with it, like something terrible was about to happen. I couldn't even scream. After what felt like forever but was probably only 30 seconds, I finally broke free of it, sitting up, gasping for air like I'd been held underwater. I chalked it up to stress and jet lag. New country, new job, new everything. But then it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Within 2 weeks, it was happening almost every night. The paralysis episodes were getting longer and worse. I started to feel like I wasn't alone in the room during them. You know that feeling when someone's watching you? It was like that, but 100 times more intense. One night, about a month after moving in, I was having dinner at the chow hall with some guys from my unit when the topic of sleep came up. I mentioned my sleep paralysis just casually, and Airman Rodriguez from down the hall practically choked on his food. "You too?" he asked. I thought I was going crazy. That's when we realized it wasn't just us. Over the next few days, we started asking around, and it turned out that almost everyone in Building 666 was experiencing something similar. Not just sleep paralysis, but nightmares, insomnia, weird noises. Some people reported feeling like they were being touched in their sleep. Others said they'd seen shadows moving across their rooms at night. My buddy Ellis Davis, a sergeant who worked with me in C2, had it worse than anyone. He'd moved into the building about 2 weeks after me, taking a room on the 3rd floor. Within days, he looked like hell. Dark circles under his eyes, jumpy, irritable. He told me he hadn't slept more than an hour or 2 a night since moving in. "I keep seeing this thing," he told me one day during our shift change. His voice was shaking. "It's tall and black, and it just stands in the corner of my room. I can't tell if I'm dreaming or not." I suggested he talk to medical about it, maybe get some sleep meds, but he was worried about how it would look on his record. The Air Force isn't always kind to people who report psychological issues. Things escalated about 2 months after I moved in. Ellis showed up at my door at 2 in the morning, pale and shaking, a pillow and blanket under his arm. "I can't stay in my room anymore, man," he said. "Can I crash on your floor?" I let him in, of course. He wouldn't tell me exactly what had happened, just that he'd seen something that made it impossible for him to stay in his room another minute. He slept on my floor for 3 nights straight, and even then, he'd wake up gasping and sweating. It was around this time that rumors started spreading about the building's history. Someone said it had been built on an old Japanese burial ground. Someone else claimed that a murder-suicide had happened there in the 90s. I don't know if any of that was true, but it didn't help the already tense atmosphere. Then came the night that changed everything. It was a Thursday in August, I remember, because I'd just come off a 24-hour shift due to an exercise we were running. I was exhausted and fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow around 7 p.m. The dream I had that night was unlike anything I'd experienced before. I was in this enormous mansion, everything dripping with luxury, marble floors, crystal chandeliers, the works. I was sitting on a plush couch surrounded by beautiful women, all of them focused entirely on me. There was champagne, music, everything you could want, but something felt off. The women's smiles were too wide, their eyes too dark. The champagne tasted like metal. Then I heard a voice, deep and smooth, coming from everywhere and nowhere. All of this can be yours, Marcus. Everything you've ever wanted, if 666. Just that. If 666. I didn't understand what it meant, but in the dream, it filled me with this terrible knowing, like I understood exactly what was being asked of me, and the price was my soul. I jerked awake, my heart pounding, only to realize I couldn't move, sleep paralysis again, but this was different. Usually, I just felt a presence, but this time, I knew something was in the room with me. I kept my eyes shut tight, terrified of what I might see if I opened them. But here's the thing that still makes my skin crawl. Even with my eyes closed, I could see it. Standing at the foot of my bed was a tall black figure, not just dark, but like a hole in reality. It had no real shape, just a vaguely humanoid form with what looked like writhing tendrils or tentacles coming off it. It was convulsing slightly, like it was having trouble maintaining its form in our world, and it was moving toward me. I tried to scream, to move, to do anything, but I was completely paralyzed. The thing leaned over me, and I felt an icy coldness radiating from it. Then it spoke, not out loud, but directly into my mind. "I'll get you next time." When I finally broke free of the paralysis, I nearly fell out of bed scrambling to turn on the lights. My room was empty, but it felt wrong somehow, like the air itself had been contaminated. I didn't sleep again that night, or the next. The very next day, we got the news that rocked the entire base. Private First Class James Cooper, who lived on the first floor of our building, had been found dead in his room, suicide. He'd hung himself from the ceiling fan. The details were kept quiet, but word got around that they'd found strange writings all over his walls. Numbers, symbols, the same phrase repeated over and over, "They won't let me sleep." The base chaplain got involved after that. I don't know if he knew something we didn't or if he was just responding to the collective fear that had taken over Building 666. But within a week of Cooper's death, the building number was changed to 660. They actually took down the old sign and put up a new one. The chaplain came through and blessed every room, including mine. I was skeptical about whether changing a number could make any difference, but the weird thing is, it seemed to work. The sleep paralysis episodes became less frequent, then stopped altogether about a month after the number change. Ellis moved back to his own room. People started sleeping through the night again, except me. I couldn't shake the memory of that thing in my room, or its promise, "I'll get you next time." Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like it was waiting for me. I requested a transfer to a different building, citing persistent sleep issues, but housing was tight, and my request was denied. So I started spending nights elsewhere whenever I could, crashing on friends' couches, sometimes even sleeping in my car, anything to avoid that room. My performance at work started to suffer. I was constantly exhausted, jumpy, making mistakes I wouldn't normally make. My supervisor noticed and pulled me aside one day to ask if everything was okay. I almost told him the truth, but what was I supposed to say? "Sorry, sir. I think my dorm room is haunted by a demon." So I blamed it on personal problems and promised to do better. I stuck it out for another 6 months, counting down the days until my rotation ended. The day my orders came through for my next assignment was the happiest day I'd had in a long time. The strangest part of all this? Since leaving Misawa, I've never experienced sleep paralysis again, not once in 7 years. Whatever was happening in that building, whatever was targeting us, it stayed there when I left. I still think about Cooper sometimes and wonder what he saw that was so terrible it drove him to take his own life. I wonder if he had the same dream I did, heard the same offer. I wonder what if 666 meant, and what would have happened if I'd somehow agreed to whatever bargain was being offered. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, my heart racing for no reason, and for a split second I swear I can feel that cold presence again, see that writhing shadow in the corner of my eye. But then it's gone, and I tell myself it was never there at all. But deep down, I know what happened at Misawa was real. Something was in that building with us, something that didn't want us there. Or maybe something that wanted us a little too much. Or Story 16. I still can't believe it's been 2 years since that day in Poland. My brother Frank, our friend Jen and I, David, thought it would be a cool idea to check out this old World War II bunker near the German border. We're all into historical sites and shooting, so combining both seemed perfect for a day trip. Frank had found this place online, supposedly abandoned but well preserved, and technically legal to visit if you didn't mess with anything. We took my car, a 2014 Volkswagen that I'd bought second-hand the year before. It wasn't fancy, but reliable enough for our road trips. We packed some snacks, our guns, all legally owned and registered. We're careful about that stuff, and set off early in the morning. The drive was about 3 hours from Wrocław, mostly through countryside and small towns. The roads got progressively worse as we approached the location. The last 15 minutes were on this dirt road that curved through a dense forest. I remember joking that it felt like we were heading into a horror movie, and Frank told me to shut up because I was making Jen nervous. But we were all laughing. We found the bunker exactly where the online forum said it would be. It wasn't marked on any tourist maps, which made it feel like our own little discovery. The concrete structure was half buried in the hillside, with trees growing all around it. Nature had really started reclaiming it, moss covering the walls, vines creeping in through the gun slits. The entrance was this rusted metal door that screeched when Frank pushed it open. Inside was colder than I expected, even though it was summer. The air had this distinct smell, musty, like old paper and metal. We used our phone flashlights to navigate the dark corridors. The bunker was bigger than it looked from outside, with several rooms branching off from the main area. Some still had metal frames that must have been beds, and one had what looked like an old communications setup, though most equipment had been stripped long ago. We spent about an hour exploring, taking photos and just soaking in the eerie atmosphere. Then we decided to do some shooting. We set up targets, just some empty cans and bottles we'd brought, about 50 yards from the bunker entrance in a small clearing. It felt safe enough. There was no one around for miles. The shooting was fun. We took turns comparing accuracy, making stupid bets. I remember Jen was surprisingly good for someone who didn't shoot often. We must have been at it for maybe 2 hours, completely losing track of time. It was around 3 in the afternoon when we decided to pack up and head back, and that's when everything went to shit. I noticed it first. As we walked back to my car, which was parked about 30 yards from the bunker entrance, I saw something weird around the wheels. At first, I thought it was just some debris or leaves that had blown against the tires, but as we got closer, I realized they were bricks, actual red bricks, stacked neatly around each wheel of my car, like mini walls. "What the hell?" I said, stopping in my tracks. Frank and Jen saw it too, and went completely silent. There were these perfect little brick structures, about 3 bricks high, surrounding each wheel of my car. They weren't just thrown there, they were carefully arranged, mortared together, like someone had built tiny fortifications around my tires while we were shooting. But that was impossible. We would have heard someone. We would have seen someone approaching the car. The clearing where we'd parked wasn't that big, and we had clear sight lines from where we were shooting. Nobody could have done this without us noticing. "Is this some kind of joke?" Jen asked, looking around nervously. "Did someone follow us here?" Frank walked around the car examining the brick walls. "This doesn't make sense," he muttered. "These are set with mortar. This would take time to build, and the mortar would need time to set." I felt this cold sensation crawling up my spine. The forest suddenly seemed too quiet. No birds, no wind rustling the leaves, just silence. "Let's get these off and get out of here," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. We started kicking at the brick walls. They were surprisingly solid, but eventually we managed to break enough of them away that the wheels were mostly free. It took maybe 20 minutes of frantic kicking and pulling. My hands got cut up from the rough edges of the bricks. I remember the weird detail that the mortar looked fresh, but was completely dry and hard. When we finally cleared enough bricks, I jumped into the driver's seat and put the key in the ignition. Frank and Jen piled in, and I could feel how tense everyone was. I turned the key. Nothing happened, not even a click. I tried again. Still nothing. The car was completely dead. "Try the lights," Frank suggested. I did. Nothing. It was like the battery had been removed, but we knew that wasn't possible. We would have seen someone messing with the hood. Jen was checking her phone. "No signal," she said, her voice cracking slightly. "Does anyone have service?" None of us did. Of course, I got out and popped the hood. Everything looked normal. Battery connections were fine. Nothing obviously wrong or tampered with. I'm not a mechanic, but I know the basics, and there was no reason the car shouldn't start. "We need to call someone," I said, stating the obvious. "We'll have to walk until we get signal." "I'm not walking through these woods," Jen said firmly. "Not after this." She gestured at the brick remains. She was right. Whoever or whatever had done this could still be out there. We decided to try moving to higher ground first, to see if we could get signal from there. There was a small hill near the bunker that seemed like our best bet. Frank climbed up first, holding his phone up like some kind of digital divining rod. About halfway up, he stopped. "I've got 1 bar," he shouted down to us. Jen and I waited anxiously while he tried calling a friend of ours, Michal, who lived nearest to this area. Frank had to redial several times before the call connected. I could only hear Frank's side of the conversation. "Michal? Yeah, it's Frank. Listen, we're stuck. No, car won't start. Near that old bunker I told you about. Yeah, that's the one. Can you come get us?" "What? Slow down. I can barely hear you." Frank's expression changed. His face went completely white. He was listening intently now, his hand gripping the phone so tight his knuckles were white. "What do you see? Michael? Michael?" Frank looked down at us, his eyes wide with fear. "He's on his way, but something's wrong. He was saying something about seeing something in the woods." "What did he see?" I asked. "I don't know. The connection was bad, but he sounded scared. Really scared." We decided to wait in the car. It felt safer somehow, even though it wouldn't start. We rolled up the windows and locked the doors. The sun was starting to get lower in the sky, and the shadows from the trees were growing longer. We sat in silence for maybe 10 minutes. Then Frank's phone rang, making us all jump. It was Michal again. Frank put it on speaker this time. The connection was terrible, full of static and cutting in and out. "Frank, can you hear me?" Michal's voice came through, sounding panicked. "Yeah, we can hear you. Where are you?" "About 15 minutes away." "Oh God, oh God." We heard what sounded like Michal's car accelerating hard. "What's happening?" Jen asked, leaning forward. "There's something coming out of the woods, right by the road." Michal was shouting now. It's running toward the car." We all looked out the windows of my car. There was nothing there. The forest was still, no movement at all. "What does it look like?" Frank asked, his voice barely above a whisper. But Michal's next words were drowned out by what sounded like him screaming, and the call suddenly ended. We tried calling back immediately, but it went straight to voicemail. We tried 5, 6, 7 times. Nothing. "We need to get out of here," Jen said, her voice shaking. "Now." But where could we go? The nearest town was miles away, through dense forest, and what if whatever Michal saw was out there? We decided to try starting the car one more time. I turned the key, and to our shock, the engine coughed once, just once, then nothing again. "Try again," Frank urged. I did. Nothing. Then we heard it, a knocking sound on Jen's window. It wasn't like a human knock with knuckles. It sounded like metal on glass. 3 distinct taps. Jen screamed and scrambled across the seat toward me. We all stared at the window. There was nothing there. Nothing we could see anyway. The knocking came again, this time on the back window. 3 more taps, then the front windshield. Tap, 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 each window in sequence. Whatever it was circling the car, tapping on each window methodically. Frank pulled out his gun. "I'm going to count to 3, he whispered. Then I'm going to open my door and fire a warning shot." I grabbed his arm. "Are you crazy? We don't even know what's out there." "Exactly," he said, "but I'm not sitting here waiting to find out." Before he could do anything, the tapping stopped. Complete silence fell again. We sat frozen for what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes. No one spoke. We barely breathed. Then my phone rang. I nearly jumped out of my skin. It was my aunt calling. Somehow I had signal now. "Auntie," I answered, my voice cracking. "David, where are you? I've been trying to reach you all day." She sounded worried. My aunt lived about an hour from where we were. I explained our situation as calmly as I could, trying not to sound as terrified as I felt. "Stay in the car," she said firmly. "I'm coming to get you. Send me your location." I dropped a pin on my Maps app and sent it to her. By some miracle, it went through. The wait for my aunt was the longest 2 hours of my life. The sun had set completely, and we were sitting in total darkness, afraid to use our flashlights or phone screens because it would make us more visible from outside. Every small sound made us flinch, a branch cracking in the distance, the wind picking up slightly. When we finally saw headlights approaching through the trees, we were almost too afraid to hope it was her. But it was, her old blue Skoda pulling up next to my car. We practically fell out of the car in our rush to get to hers. She looked alarmed when she saw our faces. Later, she told me we all looked like we'd seen a ghost, pale, wide-eyed, shaking. The drive back was silent. Frank and Jen didn't say a word. My aunt tried asking what happened, but I couldn't explain. How could I? It made no sense. We never found out what happened to Michal. He called the next day, completely fine, claiming he'd never made it to the bunker because his car broke down and he had to get towed home. He had no memory of calling us about something coming out of the woods. His phone showed no record of the calls. A week later, I went back with a tow truck to get my car. It started on the first try. The mechanic couldn't find anything wrong with it. Frank and Jen, they changed after that day. They refused to talk about what happened. When I try to bring it up, they shut down completely or change the subject. We don't hang out much anymore. I've looked into the history of that bunker since then. There's nothing unusual in the official records, just another forgotten relic of the war. But I found some local forums where people talk about strange experiences in those woods. Missing time, unexplained noises, cars that won't start. I don't know what happened to us that day. I don't know who built those brick walls around my wheels or how they did it without us seeing. I don't know what was tapping on our windows or what Michal saw on the road. All I know is that I'm never going back there. And sometimes, when I'm alone in my car at night, I still hear that tapping sound. Tap, 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 like metal on glass. Story 17. I still can't fully process everything that happened last month. It feels like my whole life got turned upside down in the span of a week, and I'm still trying to make sense of it all. I've always been sensitive to energies and spiritual things. Growing up in Asheville will do that to you, but nothing prepared me for this. It started on a Friday night when my best friend Jess and I were taking our usual walk. We'd been feeling cooped up in our apartment, and even though it was already dark, we decided to go out. We often walked along the old train tracks that run through town because they're quiet and it's a straight path. We were just talking about random stuff, school stress, her breakup, normal 19-year-old problems, when I noticed something weird ahead of us. At first, I thought it was just a shadow from the trees, but as we got closer, I realized it was something else entirely. "Do you see that?" I whispered to Jess, trying to keep my voice steady. About 50 feet ahead of us on the tracks stood what I can only describe as a figure. It was impossibly tall, I'd guess around 7 feet, and completely black. Not like a person wearing dark clothes, but like a piece of the night had been cut out and shaped into a human form. It had no features that I could make out, just this tall, dark silhouette standing perfectly still. My heart started racing immediately. Jess saw it too. I could tell by the way she froze mid-sentence. We both stopped walking. The figure didn't move at all, which somehow made it even more terrifying. "Let's go," Jess whispered, grabbing my arm. "Now." There was a fence running alongside the tracks, and we practically dove under a gap in it to get away. I scraped my elbow pretty badly, but I barely felt it. We ran all the way back to the main road without looking back once. When we finally stopped to catch our breath under a streetlight, Jess reminded me about what had happened a few days earlier in almost the same spot. We'd been walking the tracks in the afternoon when she suddenly grabbed my arm and said she heard something running behind us. I hadn't heard anything, but the look of pure fear on her face was enough to make us both sprint away. At the time, I chalked it up to her being jumpy after watching too many horror movies, but now I wasn't so sure. We decided to avoid the train tracks after that night, but being stupid teenagers who think they're invincible, we didn't stop our night walks completely. The following Tuesday, we went to this little creek near campus instead. It was a spot we'd been to many times during the day, but never at night. Looking back, I wish we'd just stayed home. The creek was pretty in the moonlight, but I couldn't shake this feeling of being watched the entire time we were there. The hairs on my arms wouldn't lie flat, and I kept turning around, expecting to see someone behind us. Jess noticed I was on edge and suggested we head back early. On our way home, Jess stopped to tie her shoe, and I waited for her. That's when I saw her whole body go rigid. She looked up at me with wide eyes. "There's something behind us," she said, her voice barely audible. "Don't turn around yet, just start walking normally." We walked faster and faster until we were practically jogging back to our apartment. I finally glanced back once we reached our building, but I didn't see anything, just darkness and empty sidewalk. Still, the feeling of being followed didn't go away, even as we locked the door behind us. That night, I woke up around 3 in the morning needing to use the bathroom. Our apartment is small, just 2 bedrooms, a kitchen living area, and 1 bathroom. I was groggy and half asleep as I shuffled to the bathroom. I flicked on the light and immediately felt like something was wrong. The air in the bathroom was different, colder and somehow heavier. I felt pressure in my ears like when you're on an airplane, and this overwhelming sense that I wasn't alone. I did my business as quickly as possible, trying to ignore the feeling of being watched. As I was washing my hands, I swear the shower curtain moved slightly. Even though there was no draft, I practically ran back to my room and didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, I tried to convince myself I was just tired and freaking myself out, but then weird things started happening in our apartment. The bathroom door would be closed when neither of us had closed it. Objects would be moved slightly from where we left them. And the worst part, sometimes when I was alone, I'd hear what sounded like footsteps in the hallway, but when I checked, no one was there. Jess noticed it too. She told me she kept waking up feeling like someone was standing over her bed. We both started avoiding the bathroom as much as possible, using the one in the lobby of our building instead. Then came the most devastating week of my life. It started on Sunday. My mum had been sick with pneumonia, but the doctor said she was improving. I'd visited her on Saturday and she seemed tired but okay. Then Sunday morning I got a call from the hospital. She'd taken a sudden turn for the worse overnight. By the time I got there, she was gone. Just like that. My mum, the person who taught me everything, who supported me when I wanted to study art instead of something practical, who sang off-key to the radio and made the world's best mac and cheese, was gone. I was completely numb. Jess helped me make the necessary calls and arrangements. I felt like I was moving through water, everything slow and muffled, but the nightmare wasn't over. On Tuesday, my grandparents called. Their dog, Lucky, who'd been part of our family for 13 years, had died in his sleep. It seemed like a cruel coincidence, but I was too deep in grief about my mom to fully process it. Then on Thursday morning I went to feed my pet rats, Einstein and Newton, only to find Newton had somehow gotten into Einstein's cage overnight and, I can barely type this, had eaten parts of him. This was impossible. Their cages were separate and securely latched. I'd had them for 2 years, and they'd never shown any aggression toward each other. I broke down completely then, sobbing on the floor of my room while Jess tried to comfort me. 3 deaths in 1 week. It felt like I was cursed that night. I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, feeling completely hollow. Around 2 in the morning, I got up to get some water. As I passed the laundry closet in our hallway, I felt that same heavy, cold air I'd felt in the bathroom days before. I stopped, frozen in place. The laundry closet door was open slightly and it was pitch black inside, darker than it should have been given the night light we kept in the hall. As I stood there, I swear I saw something move in that darkness. It was like the shadows were shifting, forming into that same tall figure we'd seen on the train tracks. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. Then I felt something reach out from that darkness, not physically, but some kind of energy or presence, trying to latch onto me. It felt like it was trying to get inside me, to take over. In that moment, I had what I can only describe as a vision or waking nightmare. I saw myself walking back to my room, except it wasn't really me. Something else was controlling my body while the real me was trapped, screaming inside. I don't know how, but I managed to break away. I ran to Jess's room and shook her awake, sobbing and barely able to form words. She held me while I tried to explain what happened. The next morning, Jess went into action. She's always been into spiritual stuff, crystals, tarot, that kind of thing. She went out and came back with Florida water, sage, and rosemary. She drew protective sigils on our doors and windows with chalk, burned the rosemary, and sprayed the Florida water in every corner of the apartment, focusing especially on the bathroom and laundry closet. "Whatever this thing is," she said, "it's feeding off your grief. All that death and sadness. It's like a buffet for negative entities." Normally, I would have been able to handle this myself. I've always been able to create these mental barriers around myself, visualizing a protective bubble of white light. My mom taught me how to do it when I was little to help with my anxiety, but with her death, I felt completely drained, like I had no energy left to protect myself. That night, we both slept in Jess's room with all the lights on. Around 4 in the morning, we were woken up by a sound coming from the bathroom, a low, rumbling growl that no human or animal could make. It was like someone had taken the sound of thunder and mixed it with the growl of a large dog, but distorted and wrong. We stayed frozen in her bed, clutching each other's hands. The growling continued for about a minute, then stopped. Neither of us slept after that. The next day, we called a local spiritual healer that Jess knew. She came over and did a more thorough cleansing of our apartment. She said she could feel a dark attachment that had followed us from the train tracks. According to her, these entities are attracted to people who are sensitive to energy, and they can latch on when you're in a vulnerable state, like when you're terrified or grieving. She did what she could, but as she was leaving, she pulled me aside. "You need to rebuild your own protections," she told me quietly. "All the cleansings in the world won't help if you can't guard your own energy." But how could I? Everything that had happened, my mom, the dog, my rat, this entity, it was all too much. I felt completely broken, like there was nothing left of me to protect. That night, after Jess fell asleep, I sat alone in our living room with just one lamp on. I tried to meditate, to find that place inside me where I could build those protective barriers, but all I felt was emptiness and fear. Then the lights flickered, once, twice, then off completely. In the darkness, I felt that cold, heavy presence again, stronger than before. It was all around me now, not just in one spot. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it circling me, like a shark around its prey. The pressure in my ears returned, and I heard that growl again, this time seeming to come from everywhere at once. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to call out for Jess or run away. Then I felt it, something cold and insubstantial brushing against my cheek, like a finger made of shadow. A voice whispered in my ear, but it wasn't really a voice, more like thoughts being inserted directly into my mind. "You're alone now," it seemed to say. "No mother to protect you, no barriers left. You're mine." I wanted to scream, but no sound would come out. The presence pressed closer, surrounding me completely. I felt like I was drowning in darkness, being pulled down into some bottomless pit. And then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The lights came back on, and the presence was gone. I sat there shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face. I still don't know what happened that night or why it suddenly left. Jess and I moved out of that apartment the very next day, staying with her parents until we could find a new place. I haven't been back to the train tracks or that creek since then. It's been a month now. The overwhelming grief of losing my mom is still there, but it's changing shape, becoming something I can carry. I've been working on rebuilding those mental barriers, finding my strength again bit by bit. But sometimes when I'm alone in a dark room, I feel that familiar heaviness in the air, and I wonder if it's still out there, waiting for me to be vulnerable again. I wonder if it will ever truly be gone. Story 18. I still can't explain what happened to me last month. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks now, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can offer some explanation. For context, I'm 25 and live in a country where witchcraft isn't just some Halloween costume or fantasy book plot. It's real, at least to the people here. Everyone knows someone who's visited a witch, whether they admit it or not. Businessmen go to get spells for success. Desperate lovers seek charms to win someone's heart. People want wealth, revenge, protection, you name it. And of course, everything has a price. These witches aren't the stereotypical green-faced hags from Western movies. They're often normal-looking people who inherited knowledge passed down through generations. Some have moral codes, refusing certain types of spells. Others will do anything if you pay enough. Most operate in secrecy, but everyone knows how to find one if needed. I never believed in any of this stuff. I always thought it was superstition taking advantage of desperate people. That was until 4 weeks ago. My buddy Marco and I are avid mountain bikers. We usually ride the trails near the eastern hills that border our city. That Saturday, we decided to explore a new route we hadn't tried before. The weather was perfect. Not too hot, slightly overcast, with a gentle breeze. About 2 hours into our ride, we discovered a narrow trail that veered off the main path toward what looked like a ravine. Being the adventure seekers we are, we decided to check it out. The trail gradually descended, becoming steeper and more technical. We had to dismount a few times to navigate particularly rough sections. What struck me immediately was how the vegetation changed. As we got closer to the ravine, the trees became increasingly barren. Not autumn barren, but dead barren. Twisted branches reaching up like arthritic fingers. The strangest part was the clear line where this happened, like someone had drawn a border. On one side, normal, healthy vegetation. On the other, nothing but dead trees despite being the same species. "This is weird," Marco said, pointing at the line. "It's like something killed everything in this specific area." "Maybe some kind of plant disease," I suggested, but even I didn't believe that. Plant diseases don't create perfect borders. We eventually reached a point where the trail became too treacherous for the bikes, so we left them locked to a tree and continued on foot. That's when I first felt it. A heaviness, not physical tiredness, but like something was pushing against me from all directions. My breathing became more labored, and a knot formed in my stomach. I glanced at Marco, who had gone quiet. His usual joking demeanor had vanished, replaced by an intense focus on the path ahead. His face had paled slightly. "You feel that?" I asked. He nodded without looking at me. "Let's just check out the ravine quickly and head back." We pushed forward, the sensation growing stronger with each step. The dead trees grew more twisted and unnatural as we approached the edge of the ravine. The ground beneath our feet changed from packed dirt to a dusty gray soil that didn't look like it could support any life. When we finally reached the edge, we looked down into a bowl-shaped depression about 50 meters across and 20 meters deep. The entire ravine was devoid of vegetation except for a single massive dead tree in the center, its trunk split as if struck by lightning, forming what looked disturbingly like a doorway. The pressure intensified. I felt like my chest was being compressed, making it difficult to breathe. My head started pounding and I experienced a wave of nausea so strong I nearly vomited. "We need to go," Marco said suddenly. his voice tight with fear. Now. I didn't argue. We turned and practically ran back up the trail, stumbling over rocks and roots in our haste. The farther we got from the ravine, the lighter I felt, like whatever had been squeezing me was gradually releasing its grip. By the time we reached our bikes, we were both breathing heavily, not from exertion, but from relief. We didn't discuss what happened, just grabbed our bikes and rode back to the main trail in silence. Only when we were safely back on familiar ground did Marco speak. "What the hell was that?" he asked, his voice still shaky. "No idea," I replied honestly, "but I never want to feel that again." We parted ways at the trailhead, both making weak excuses about being tired and needing to get home. Truth was, I think we both needed space to process what had happened. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that split tree in the center of the ravine. Around 3 a.m, I finally drifted off into an uneasy sleep. That's when the dream started, except it wasn't really a dream. It was too vivid, too real. I was lucid throughout, aware I was dreaming, but unable to wake myself up or control what was happening. In the dream, I was back at the ravine, but alone this time. The sky was a deep, unnatural purple, and the air was completely still. No birds, no insects, not even the sound of wind. I stood at the edge, looking down at that split tree, feeling an inexplicable pull toward it. Against my will, my feet began moving, taking me down into the ravine. The pressure I'd felt earlier returned tenfold, making each step agony, but I couldn't stop walking. As I approached the tree, I noticed details I hadn't seen before, symbols carved into the bark, what looked like old, dried bloodstains at its base. I stopped about 5 meters from the tree, physically unable to move closer. That's when I saw her, a silhouette emerging from behind the split trunk. At first, it was just a dark shape, feminine but wrong somehow, like her proportions weren't quite human. She moved toward me with an unnatural gliding motion, as if her feet weren't touching the ground. As she got closer, I could make out her features. Her face was pale, almost like porcelain, completely devoid of expression. Her eyes were dark pools that seemed to have no bottom. She wore a long black dress that moved even though there was no wind. She stopped directly in front of me, floating several centimeters off the ground. We stood there, face to face, for what felt like an eternity. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't even look away. Slowly, she raised her hand and placed her thumb on my forehead, right between my eyes. The sensation was horrible, cold but burning at the same time, like dry ice pressed against skin. I wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound. Then, as I watched, her face began to change, decomposing before my eyes until she resembled a corpse that had been dead for weeks. And then, most terrifying of all, she smiled, a wide, unnatural grin that split her decaying face almost in half. "You shouldn't have come here," she whispered, her voice sounding like multiple voices layered on top of each other. "But now you're marked." I woke up gasping, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. The digital clock on my nightstand read 4:37 in the morning. My entire body was trembling, and my forehead burned exactly where the woman had touched me in the dream. I stumbled to the bathroom and flipped on the light, then froze in horror at my reflection. There, in the exact spot where she had pressed her thumb, was a small reddish mark about the size of a thumbprint. It wasn't a bruise or a rash. It looked almost like a burn, slightly raised and tender to the touch. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to calm down, telling myself it was just a coincidence. Maybe I'd scratched myself in my sleep, or it was an insect bite I hadn't noticed before. But deep down, I knew better. I didn't sleep again that night. As soon as the sun rose, I called Marco, but he didn't answer. I texted him about the dream and the mark, but got no response. After several hours with no word from him, I made a decision that in retrospect was incredibly stupid. I decided to go back to the ravine. I know, in horror movies, this is where everyone screams at the character not to go, but I needed to know if what I experienced was real or if I was losing my mind. I needed evidence, something tangible to confirm or deny what had happened. I drove to the trailhead alone, my stomach in knots the entire time. The mark on my forehead had faded slightly but was still visible. I kept touching it, feeling the slight raised texture under my fingertips. The bike ride to the turnoff felt much shorter than before. When I reached the point where the trail descended toward the ravine, I hesitated, almost turning back. But I pushed forward, that inexplicable need for answers driving me. As I approached the area where the vegetation changed, I felt the pressure beginning again. But it was different this time, less oppressive, more like an awareness of my presence. I left my bike earlier than before, not wanting to get too close on my own. Walking down the trail, I kept expecting to feel that crushing sensation, but it never came. Instead, there was an eerie silence, as if the forest was holding its breath. When I reached the edge of the ravine, I stopped, heart pounding. What I saw nearly made me turn and run. At the base of the split tree were clear signs of recent activity. Someone, or something, had been there since yesterday. There was a small shrine-like arrangement I hadn't noticed before, a circle of stones containing what looked like the severed heads of hens, spilled blood that still looked fresh, empty whiskey bottles, cigarette butts, and burnt papers with writing I couldn't make out from my position. I knew immediately what I was looking at. Growing up here, you learn to recognize the signs of witchcraft rituals, even if you don't believe in them. This was unmistakably an offering site, and a recently used one. That's when I felt it, eyes on me. Not from the ravine, but from somewhere in the dead trees to my left. I turned quickly, but saw nothing except twisted branches. Still, the sensation persisted, a prickling along my spine that told me I wasn't alone. I backed away slowly, never turning my back to the ravine or the trees. The mark on my forehead began to burn again, more intensely than before. A wave of nausea and despair washed over me, so powerful I had to stop and bend over, thinking I might vomit. It wasn't just physical. It was a soul-deep feeling of wrongness, of having stepped into something I shouldn't have. I didn't bike back. I ran, pulling my bike alongside me until I reached the main trail, then rode as fast as I could back to the trailhead. I threw my bike in my car and drove straight to the nearest church. I'm not particularly religious, but I felt an overwhelming need to be somewhere safe. I sat in that church for hours, the mark on my forehead throbbing in time with my heartbeat. When I finally checked my phone, I had 3 missed calls from Marco. I called him back immediately. "Where have you been?" he demanded, his voice tense. "I've been trying to reach you." I went back to the ravine, I admitted. There was a long silence before he spoke again. "I had a dream last night," he said quietly, "about that place, about a woman. My blood ran cold. Did she touch you?" "No," he replied. "She pointed at me and said I wasn't the one they marked." I never told Marco about going back, about what I found at the base of the tree. I've never gone back either. The mark on my forehead faded completely after about a week, but sometimes, usually in the middle of the night, it burns again, just for a few seconds. I don't know what happened to me that day. I don't know if witchcraft is real or if there's some scientific explanation for what we experienced. All I know is that something in that ravine recognized me, singled me out, and left its mark on me. And sometimes when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can hear that layered voice whispering, "You're marked now." Story 19. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family. It feels too personal, too terrifying, and honestly, I worry people will think I'm crazy, but I need to share it with someone who might understand. Maybe some of you have experienced something similar. I've been having the same dream for 20 years. That's right, 20 years of the same nightmare, starting when I was just 5 years old. The first time it happened, I remember waking up crying. My mom rushed into my room and asked what was wrong. All I could say was, "The old lady wants to find me." Mom thought it was just a normal childhood nightmare and tucked me back in, leaving my nightlight on. But the dream came back the next night and the night after that, always about the same house, though the outside of it would change. Sometimes it looked like my friend Emily's house with its red door and white fence. Other times it was the condo my family stayed in during our beach vacation. Once it even looked exactly like my uncle's fishing cabin by the lake, but inside it was always the same house, the same layout, the same furniture, the same feeling of dread, and most importantly, the same basement with concrete walls and a single hanging light bulb that swung back and forth, creating moving shadows that terrified me. I never actually saw the old lady in those early dreams. I just felt her. I knew she was there, moving through the house, searching for me. The dreams always turned into a game of hide and seek, except it wasn't a game. I knew with absolute certainty that if she found me, something awful would happen. In these dreams, I'd find myself hiding in closets, under beds, behind curtains, anywhere I could squeeze my small body into. The worst was when I'd pull open a closet door to hide and find her already in there. I wouldn't see her face, just sense her presence, and I'd wake up screaming. My parents started to worry. They took me to our family doctor, who said it was probably just an overactive imagination. They tried limiting scary TV shows, though I wasn't really watching any, keeping a consistent bedtime routine, and even bought me a dream catcher. Nothing worked. When I was around 8, I remember my mom sitting on the edge of my bed one night, looking troubled. She asked me to describe the old lady again, though I kept telling her I'd never actually seen her. Mom hesitated before telling me something that still makes my skin crawl. She said that when I was a baby, she sometimes saw an elderly woman standing over my crib at night. Mom had always assumed it was the spirit of my great-grandmother watching over me. She died just 2 months before I was born, and they'd been very close. Mom thought it was comforting until my nightmares started. As if that wasn't creepy enough, our house had other issues. Sometimes at night I'd hear whispering outside my bedroom door. When I'd call for my parents, it would stop. In the bathroom, I'd catch glimpses of a man in the corner of my eye, but when I turned to look, nobody was there. My dad, who's the most rational person I know, once told me he was sitting in his favorite armchair when he felt someone sit down in the chair across from him. He looked up from his newspaper to find the chair empty, but the cushion was depressed, as if someone was sitting there. As he watched, the depression slowly lifted, like someone was getting up. He sold both chairs the next day. When I hit puberty, the dreams changed. Instead of hide and seek, I began experiencing sleep paralysis. I'd wake up in my bed, unable to move, and hear the old lady's voice, a dry, raspy whisper, saying things like, "You're still asleep," or "I'm getting closer now." I'd struggle to move, to scream, to wake myself up, but couldn't. Eventually I'd jolt awake for real, drenched in sweat. The worst incident happened when I was 9. My parents had gone next door to help our neighbors with something, leaving me alone for "Just 15 minutes, honey, you'll be fine." Our dog, Max, was with me, so I felt safe enough. I was sitting in the living room watching cartoons when Max suddenly perked up, staring intently at the kitchen. His hackles raised, and he started growling, something I'd never seen him do before. Then he let out this terrified yelp and bolted upstairs. I looked toward the kitchen and saw something. A dark figure crouched behind our kitchen island, just peeking around the edge. It was so dark it seemed to absorb the light around it, and it was watching me. I ran outside so fast I didn't even grab my shoes. My dad had left his car unlocked, so I jumped inside and locked the doors. From there, I could see our dining room window. A shadow moved back and forth in front of it, pacing. Not a shadow cast by something, a shadow that moved on its own. When my parents came home, they found me hyperventilating in the car. They searched the house but found nothing. Max refused to come downstairs for 2 days. After that, I started to wonder if whatever haunted my dreams wasn't just in my dreams. Maybe it had followed me from our house, or maybe it had always been with me, ever since I was a baby when my mother saw that figure standing over my crib. Now at 25, the dreams have evolved again. I'm no longer hiding, I'm being hunted. In these dreams, I'm walking through that same house, though the exterior still changes, and I can feel the old lady stalking me. Sometimes I hear her shuffling footsteps behind me. Sometimes I hear her labored breathing. but every time I turn around, she's gone. There are new elements too. Sometimes I see maggots crawling out of the walls. Sometimes the floors become sticky with something that looks like tar but smells like rotting meat. And sometimes, and these are the worst, there are other people in the dream with me. Friends, family members, even my boyfriend. In those dreams, I watch helplessly as the old lady does things to them. Terrible things. I won't describe them here. The most disturbing part is how these dreams linger. I used to be able to shake them off after a few minutes of being awake. Now they stay with me all day. I'll be at work, typing up a report, and suddenly remember the way my mother's face looked in last night's dream when the old lady got to her. Or I'll be in the shower and think I hear that raspy voice saying, "Still asleep," over the sound of the water. 2 months ago, I moved into a new apartment. I was excited. It was my first time living completely on my own. And I thought maybe, just maybe, the dreams would stop in a new place. The first night was dream-free. I woke up feeling more rested than I had in years. The second night too. By the end of the week, I was starting to believe it was finally over. Then last Sunday, I was unpacking the last of my boxes when I found an old photo album I didn't recognize. Curious, I opened it. Most of the photos were from before I was born. My parents when they were younger, grandparents, old family homes. One photo made me drop the album. It was a picture of a house I'd never seen in real life. A small white Victorian with blue shutters and a wraparound porch. But I'd seen it countless times in my dreams. It was one of the many exteriors of the nightmare house. With shaking hands, I turned the photo over. Written on the back in faded ink was, "Grandmother Esther's house, 1976. I called my mom immediately. "Who's Grandmother Esther?" I demanded. There was a long pause before she answered. "Where did you hear that name?" I explained about the photo album and the house. Mom sighed and told me Esther was my great-grandmother, not the one she thought had been watching over my crib, but her mother. According to Mom, Esther had been a difficult woman who died in that house a decade before I was born. "Why haven't you ever mentioned her?" I asked. Another pause. "We don't talk about Esther," my mom finally said. She wasn't a good person, Lily." That night, the dream came back worse than ever. For the first time in 20 years, I saw the old lady's face. She looked exactly like the woman in some of the photos in that album. Esther, my great-great-grandmother. In the dream, she chased me through the house, moving impossibly fast for someone so old, her gnarled fingers reaching for me. When I finally woke up, gasping for breath, I felt something was different in my apartment. There was a smell I couldn't identify, like old perfume mixed with something medicinal. My bathroom door, which I always leave open, was closed, and on my nightstand, where I'd left the photo album, the pages were now open to a different picture, a family portrait with Esther sitting in the center, glaring at the camera. The photo hadn't been torn or cut, but someone had scratched out the faces of everyone else in the picture. Just Esther remained, staring at me with the same eyes I'd seen in my dream. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm writing this at a coffee shop because I'm afraid to go back to my apartment. The dreams are getting worse, and now I'm seeing things when I'm awake too. Last night, I woke up to find indentations on the other side of my bed, as if someone had been lying next to me. I don't know if this is a family curse, a haunting, or if I'm just losing my mind. All I know is that somewhere between dreaming and waking, there's an old lady who's been searching for me my entire life, and I think she's finally found me. Story 20. I still can't believe my parents thought that house was a good idea. We moved there when I was 7, this huge mustard yellow 2-story place outside Nyssa, Oregon. On paper, it was perfect. Big yard, stables, chicken coops, all that country living stuff my parents were after. But from the literal second I stepped through that front door, I knew something was deeply wrong with that place. It's been 20 years, and I've never told this story online before. Part of me still wonders if people will think I'm making it up, or if I just imagined it all because I was a kid. but I know what happened. I remember everything about that first night like it was yesterday. We arrived late afternoon. The moving truck was running behind schedule, so we only had our suitcases and some essentials. Mom suggested we all camp out in the living room that night since our beds wouldn't arrive until morning. It was kind of exciting for us kids. Me, my two brothers, and my cousins who were staying with us. My aunt had recently separated from her husband and was helping us with the move while figuring out her next steps. The house tour is what started giving me the creeps. Everything seemed normal upstairs. 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, nothing unusual except maybe some outdated wallpaper. But then we went downstairs. This place had both a basement and a cellar, which I didn't even know was a thing. The basement was finished, with a rec room and laundry area, but there was a door in the back corner that led down another half-flight of stairs to what the previous owners called the cellar. That cellar. God, even typing this makes my skin crawl. It was this cold, stone-walled room with shelves for canning and storage, but there was a section at the back separated by this ancient-looking iron gate. The gate was padlocked, which my dad thought was weird. When I asked what was behind it, my mom just shrugged and said probably more storage. But standing near that gate made me feel physically ill, like there was something actively malevolent behind it, pushing against it, wanting to get out. I remember tugging on my mom's sleeve, whispering that I didn't like it down there. She just ruffled my hair and said, "Don't worry, Bailey. Old houses make weird noises. You'll get used to it." I didn't want to get used to it. I wanted to leave, but we stayed. We ordered pizza for dinner, played some board games, and set up our sleeping bags in the living room. It was around 10 when everyone started falling asleep. My little brother conked out first, then my cousins. My mom and aunt stayed up talking quietly in the corner. I pretended to be asleep, but I couldn't. Something felt off. That's when I first heard it. A very distinct sound of silverware clinking together in the kitchen, like someone opening a drawer and rummaging through it. I sat up and whispered, "Mom, someone's in the kitchen." My mom frowned and looked toward the kitchen doorway. "We haven't unpacked any silverware yet, honey." That's what made it so much worse. We literally didn't have any silverware to make noise. Everything was still in boxes on the moving truck. My aunt got up to check and flipped on the kitchen light. "There's nothing here, Bailey. The drawers are all empty." They assumed it was just the house settling or my imagination. But I knew what I'd heard. Metal against metal. Deliberate movement. Eventually my mom and aunt fell asleep too. I lay there, wide awake, staring at the ceiling. The digital clock on our portable radio read 12:47 when I heard the next sound. Footsteps, and not from upstairs or outside, but coming up from the cellar into the basement, slow and deliberate, like someone trying to be quiet but not quite managing it. I remember pulling my sleeping bag up to my chin, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The footsteps reached the top of the basement stairs. Then the basement door, which I know my dad had closed before we went to bed, slowly creaked open. More footsteps, now on the main floor, heading toward the kitchen. I wanted to scream, to wake everyone up, but I was frozen in fear. I could only lie there, listening as whatever it was moved around in our kitchen, opening and closing drawers. Then the footsteps started coming toward the living room. I squeezed my eyes shut, thinking stupidly that if I couldn't see it, it couldn't see me. But some instinct made me open them again, just as a figure appeared in the doorway between the kitchen and living room. I still struggled to describe what I saw. It was shaped like a man, tall and thin, but somehow wrong, like its proportions weren't quite human. Its skin was grayish and seemed to absorb the little bit of moonlight coming through the windows rather than reflect it. And its face, God, its face. The features were blurry, undefined, except for the eyes. They were perfectly clear, dark, and intensely focused. It stood there, scanning the room, and I realized with horror that it was looking for something or someone. Its gaze moved from person to person, assessing. When it looked at me, I felt a cold wave of nausea wash over me. But it moved on, continuing its survey until its eyes landed on my cousin Emily. Emily was 11 then, with cerebral palsy. She used a wheelchair during the day and was the sweetest, funniest kid. But seeing that thing staring at her, I somehow knew it was drawn to her, like it could sense she was vulnerable in some way. I don't know what made me do it. I've never been particularly brave, but without thinking, I deliberately coughed. Not loud enough to wake anyone, but enough to draw its attention back to me. It worked. The thing's head snapped in my direction, those awful eyes locking onto mine. It started moving toward me, not walking exactly, more like gliding while going through the motions of steps. My entire body was trembling. I couldn't scream, couldn't move. But as it got closer, some instinct kicked in. I can't explain it logically, but I started visualizing a barrier between this thing and my family. Not a physical wall, but a kind of force field of energy stretching from wall to wall, with me and this entity on one side and my sleeping family on the other. The entity paused, tilting its head like it was confused. I focused harder, imagining pushing this barrier toward it, backing it up toward the kitchen doorway. I don't know if I was actually doing anything, or if it was just playing with me, but it retreated a step. Then another. I kept pushing with my mind, moving the barrier toward the kitchen, then toward the basement door. The thing's expression, what I could see of it, changed from confusion to something like anger. It raised a hand toward me, and I felt a pressure in my head, like it was pushing back. We were locked in this weird standoff, me trying to force it back toward the basement, it trying to get past whatever barrier I thought I was creating. I was sweating, my head pounding with effort, and then suddenly, like a rubber band snapping, something gave way. The basement door slammed shut with a bang, loud enough to wake everyone up. My mom and aunt shot up, disoriented. "What was that?" my mom asked, already on her feet. "There's someone in the house," I said, my voice shaking. "He was just here, looking at us." My aunt turned on the lamp while my mom checked on all of us kids. My brothers and other cousins were confused and groggy, but Emily looked terrified, like she had sensed something too. "There's no one here, Bailey," my mom said, but she went to check the kitchen anyway. My aunt followed her and I heard them opening the basement door, flipping on lights. "See? Nothing down here either," my aunt called up. But I knew what I'd seen. I knew what had happened, and I knew it wasn't gone, just forced back downstairs. They tried to get everyone back to sleep, saying it was probably just the wind catching a door, but there was no wind that night, not a breeze to be found. I stayed awake the rest of the night, sitting up in my sleeping bag, staring at that basement door. I was convinced that if I fell asleep, whatever that thing was would come back for Emily, or maybe one of my brothers. So I kept reimagining that barrier, extending it to cover the entire living room, focusing until my head hurt. The weirdest part, even though I was exhausted and terrified, I felt capable, like I'd discovered something about myself I never knew before, that I could protect people somehow. Morning eventually came, and with it the moving truck. The chaos of unpacking and setting up the house pushed the night's events to the background for everyone else, but not for me. We stayed in that house for 3 more years. 3 years of unexplainable noises, things moving on their own, and cold spots that would appear randomly. 3 years of me sleeping with my bedroom door locked and a chair propped under the knob. 3 years of me checking on Emily and my brothers multiple times each night. I never saw that entity as clearly as I did that first night, but I felt it watching. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses, a shadow moving too quickly down the hall, a reflection in a window that didn't match anything in the room, and always that feeling of dread when I had to go near the cellar. My parents never believed me. They explained away every incident, the house settling, the wind, an overactive imagination. Even when they found all our kitchen knives arranged in a perfect circle on the dining room table one morning, they convinced themselves one of us kids had done it as a prank. We finally moved when I was 10, not because of any paranormal activity, but because my dad got transferred for work. I've never been so relieved about anything in my life. To this day, I don't know what that thing was or why it was in our house. I don't know what was behind that iron gate in the cellar. My parents never opened it, saying they didn't have the key and didn't need the extra storage space anyway. And I don't know why I was able to force it back that night, or if what I did was real or just the power of suggestion in a scared kid's mind. But I do know this, that mustard yellow house is still standing. I looked it up online recently, and sometimes I wonder about the family living there now, if they've experienced anything similar, if there's a kid lying awake at night, listening to silverware clinking in drawers that should be empty, if they've seen those eyes scanning, searching for weakness. And I wonder if they have someone protecting them the way I tried to protect my family, because whatever was in that house, it's still there, waiting. Story 21. I never really believed in ghosts until my grandmother died in my bedroom. It's been almost 4 years, and I still can't fully explain what happened in our house after she passed. I'm sharing this now because I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. In late 2019, my mom and I made the decision to bring my grandmother home with us. The doctors had given her only a few months to live, stage 4 pancreatic cancer that had spread everywhere. She'd been in a nursing home for a while, but it felt wrong to let her die there among strangers. She'd always been there for us, so we wanted to be there for her in her final moments. Our house isn't big, just a small 3-bedroom place in rural Ohio. 1 bedroom was Mom's, 1 was mine, and the 3rd had been converted to a home office years ago. There really wasn't any question about where Grandmama would stay. I volunteered my room immediately and moved my stuff into my mom's room temporarily. We set up a hospital bed by the window where Grandmama could look out at the backyard. She always loved watching the birds at the feeder. Those last weeks were hard, really hard. If you've ever watched someone die from cancer, you know what I mean. The constant pain medication, the way her body seemed to shrink into itself, the smell. God, the smell. It's something between medicine, sweat, and something else I can't describe. Something that I now recognize as death itself. She died on December 12, 2019, early in the morning. I was holding her hand when she took her last breath. My mom was making coffee in the kitchen. It was weirdly peaceful, which I hadn't expected. 1 minute she was there, breathing raggedly, and the next she was just gone. I remember sitting there for a few minutes, still holding her hand, before I called out to my mom. After the funeral home came and took her body, we closed the door to my bedroom. Neither of us said it out loud, but we both needed some time before dealing with the room. The smell had permeated everything. The curtains, the carpet, even the walls seemed to hold it. We decided to wait a week or so before deep cleaning and airing everything out. That's when the first strange thing happened. It was about a week after she died. My mom had gone grocery shopping, so I was home alone with our dog Max, a German Shepherd mix who's usually pretty chill. I decided to take a shower while Mom was out. Our bathroom is at the end of the hall, with my bedroom door right across from it. I distinctly remember looking at my closed bedroom door as I walked into the bathroom. Nobody had been in there since Grandmama died. I was about halfway through my shower when Max started barking like crazy downstairs. Not his usual, someone's at the door bark, but something more frantic. I called out to him thinking maybe he was just upset that I'd left him alone, but he kept going. After a minute or so, he stopped abruptly. I figured whatever had bothered him was gone, so I finished my shower. When I stepped out into the hallway, wrapped in a towel, I froze. My bedroom door was wide open, not just cracked, completely wide open like someone had thrown it open in a hurry. I stood there dripping on the carpet, staring at the open door. The room beyond was dark, the curtains still drawn from when Grandmama was there. I called out for Max, and he came trotting up the stairs, perfectly normal now. He walked right into my old bedroom like nothing was wrong. I followed him cautiously, flipping on the light. Everything looked exactly as we'd left it. The hospital bed still made with the sheets pulled up, her reading glasses on the bedside table, her slippers tucked neatly under the bed. But something felt different. The air in the room felt charged somehow, and the smell of death seemed stronger than before, fresher. I quickly backed out, shut the door firmly, and got dressed in my mom's room. I tried to convince myself that the door had never been properly latched, that maybe Max had pushed it open. But I knew I was lying to myself. That door had been firmly closed for a week. When my mom got home about an hour later, she walked in the front door and immediately wrinkled her nose. "Jesus," she said, setting down the grocery bags. I can smell it from the driveway. I didn't tell her about the door right away. I was still trying to process it myself. But that night, as we sat watching TV, I finally mentioned it. "Mom, did you go into my room today before you left?" She looked at me strangely. "No. Why would I? We agreed to wait, remember?" The door was open when I got out of the shower, wide open. My mom sat quietly for a moment. "Maybe you didn't close it properly," she suggested, but I could tell she didn't believe that any more than I did. "I checked it this morning. It was closed tight." She nodded slowly. "Well, maybe it was Max." We left it at that, both of us knowing that Max couldn't open doors, especially ones that were firmly closed. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept thinking about that open door and what it might mean. The second incident happened about 2 weeks after Grandmama died. We had finally cleaned out my room, washed the walls, shampooed the carpet, aired everything out. The hospital bed had been picked up and we'd moved my furniture back in, though I was still sleeping in my mom's room. Mom and I were in the kitchen making dinner. I was chopping vegetables and she was seasoning a chicken when we both heard it at the same time. Grandmama's voice, clear as day, calling from upstairs. "Caroline. Mary." Our names in that exact order, the way she always called us. Her voice had that same slight rasp from years of smoking cigarettes before she quit in the 90s. We both froze, knives in hand, staring at each other. There was no mistaking what we'd heard. "Did you?" My mom started. I nodded, my skin crawling with goosebumps. "Yeah, I heard it too." We didn't say much else about it that night, but dinner was a quiet affair. What could we say? We'd both clearly heard my dead grandmother calling for us from a room that was now empty. After that, things were quiet for a while. I still hadn't moved back into my room, partly because I was comfortable sharing with Mom, and partly because, well, my grandmother had died in there. But by February, it was getting ridiculous. We were both adults who needed our space, so I finally decided to move back in. The first night was fine. The room smelled normal again, like my laundry detergent and the vanilla candle I'd lit. I slept deeply, exhausted from the stress of the past few months. But the second night, I woke up at 3:15 in the morning with an overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me. My bed was in the exact spot where the hospital bed had been. It made the most sense with the layout of the room, but as I lay there in the dark, I couldn't stop thinking about the fact that I was sleeping right where my grandmother had died. The feeling of being watched was so intense that I actually sat up and turned on my bedside lamp. The room was empty, of course. Max was sleeping at the foot of my bed, completely undisturbed. But the air felt different, heavier somehow, like the moments before a thunderstorm. I lay back down, leaving the lamp on, and tried to go back to sleep. That's when I felt it, a cold spot, right next to me on the bed. Not just cool, but actually cold, like someone had left a window open in winter. Except all my windows were closed, and the rest of the bed, the rest of the room, was warm. My heart started racing, and I found it difficult to breathe, not like a panic attack, which I've had before, but more like something was pressing gently on my chest. I tried to call out for my mom, but no sound came out. The cold spot remained, a perfect outline of a person lying next to me. I don't know how long I lay there, paralyzed with fear. It might have been minutes or hours. Eventually, Max woke up, stretched, and moved to the cold spot, curling up as if nothing was unusual. As soon as he did, the pressure on my chest eased, and I could breathe normally again. I didn't sleep anymore that night. The incidents continued over the next few months. Sometimes it would be small things. Objects moved from where I'd left them, doors that were closed when I went to bed standing open in the morning, the smell of Grandmama's perfume, White Diamonds by Elizabeth Taylor, suddenly filling a room. Other times, it was more direct. Once, I was home alone studying for a final exam when I distinctly heard footsteps walking from my bedroom to the bathroom, the exact path Grandmama would take multiple times each day near the end. Max heard it too, His ears perked up, and he whined softly. The most unsettling incident happened in April. I was lying in bed reading when I felt someone sit down on the edge of my mattress. The depression in the mattress was unmistakable, exactly like when someone sits down. I looked up expecting to see my mom, but there was no one there. Yet the mattress remained compressed, as if supporting an invisible weight. I reached out tentatively and touched the spot. It was ice cold. As soon as my fingers made contact, the mattress sprang back to normal and the cold vanished. I moved back into my mom's room that night. We've talked about moving, but housing prices are insane right now and we can't really afford it. Plus, this was my grandparents' house. My mom grew up here and there are too many good memories to just leave. So we've learned to live with Grandmama's presence. My mom seems less bothered by it than I am. She says it's comforting to know that Grandmama is still around in some way. I'm not so sure. I've tried to make peace with whatever is happening. I've moved back into my room permanently now, though sometimes when the feeling of being watched gets too intense, I'll sleep on the couch. I've started talking to the empty room sometimes, telling Grandmama about my day or asking her to please not scare me. It seems to help, oddly enough. The incidents have become less frequent, though they haven't stopped entirely. Last week I woke up to find all my dresser drawers open, something Grandmama used to do when she was looking for a specific piece of clothing. The thing that bothers me most isn't the fear, though there is still plenty of that. It's the sadness. Whatever is left of my grandmother seems stuck here, unable to move on. I don't know if she's trying to tell us something or if she's just confused about being dead. Sometimes I wonder if bringing her home was the right thing to do. If she had died in the nursing home, would her spirit be there instead, or would she have been able to move on properly? I'll never know. All I know is that my bedroom doesn't feel like mine anymore. It's a shared space now, between the living and whatever remains after death. And the smell, that distinctive smell of death, it still comes back sometimes, usually when I'm just about to fall asleep. A gentle reminder that once you've experienced death up close, it never really leaves you. I still don't know what to make of all this. I'm not religious, and I never believed in an afterlife. But something is happening in our house that I can't explain with logic or reason. Something that started the day my grandmother died in my bedroom and hasn't stopped since. Story 22. I've always loved forests. Growing up, my dad would take me camping in the mountains, and I'd spend hours wandering through trees, listening to birds, and feeling completely at peace. Even as an adult, nighttime walks in wooded areas became my way of clearing my head. There's something magical about the stillness, you know? At least that's what I used to think. When I moved to Mistwood last January, the apartment seemed perfect. It was affordable, close enough to walk into town, and just 20 minutes from a really nice beach. The small forest nearby was actually a selling point for me. The real estate agent mentioned it was a popular spot for morning joggers and dog walkers. Only about 2.5 kilometers long and 500 meters wide, she said. But it's a nice bit of nature right at your doorstep. I remember the first time I walked through Mistwood Forest. It was a bright Tuesday afternoon, and I thought exploring would help me feel more at home in my new town. The moment I stepped onto the dirt path, something felt off. The temperature seemed to drop a few degrees, which I initially dismissed as normal forest shade. But there was something else, a heaviness in the air that made my skin prickle. I tried to shake it off. It's just an unfamiliar place, I told myself, but as I continued deeper, the feeling only intensified. It wasn't fear exactly. More like the uncomfortable sensation you get when you know someone's staring at you. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see another hiker, but there was no one. The trees themselves seemed normal enough, mostly oak and pine, nothing especially ancient or imposing. The path was well maintained, with occasional benches and even a small wooden bridge over a creek. But despite these ordinary features, I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched by countless unseen eyes. That first walk lasted maybe 20 minutes before I turned back. I felt ridiculous. a grown adult spooked by a perfectly ordinary forest in broad daylight. I forced myself to return the next day, determined to overcome whatever weird anxiety I was experiencing. The second visit wasn't any better. If anything, the feeling was stronger. I noticed something else too. A local woman walking her golden retriever past me on the main path, and her normally calm dog, as she later told me, was whining and pulling at the leash, eager to leave. When I mentioned the forest feeling a bit strange, she nodded knowingly. "Mistwood has always been that way," she said. "Some folks avoid it altogether. My husband won't set foot in here." Over the next few weeks, I observed more dogs reacting the same way. Tails tucked, whining, pulling their owners toward the exits. Some would even bark at seemingly nothing, their eyes fixed on empty spaces between trees. One particularly large German shepherd refused to enter at all, planting himself at the trailhead and howling until his frustrated owner gave up and turned around. Despite all this, I kept going back. Call it stubbornness or curiosity, but I was determined to figure out why this small, unassuming forest affected me this way. I'd visited ancient redwood groves, dense mountain wilderness, and swampy bottomlands without ever feeling this persistent dread. After about a month in Mistwood, I decided to try a night walk. Nighttime forest walks had always been my favorite, peaceful, quiet, with just enough moonlight filtering through the leaves to see by. Maybe this would help me connect with the forest in a more positive way. Big mistake. I waited until around 10:30 on a clear night with a half moon. I brought a good flashlight but kept it off initially, letting my eyes adjust to the darkness. The entrance to the main trail was illuminated by a single streetlight, casting long shadows across the path. The moment I stepped beyond that light, the sensation of being watched increased tenfold. The hair on my arm stood up, and my breathing quickened. The forest was almost completely silent. No owls, no rustling leaves, just an oppressive stillness. I'd gone maybe 200 meters when I saw the first light. It appeared between two distant trees, a floating orb about the size of a basketball, giving off a pale yellowish glow. It hovered maybe 7 or 8 meters above the ground, drifting slowly to the right before disappearing behind a large oak. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. Before I could process what I'd seen, another light appeared, smaller this time, bluish-white and moving in the opposite direction. Then another, and another. Within minutes, I could see at least a dozen of these strange, floating lights weaving between the trees on the hillside that slopes down toward the water. They moved with purpose, not like fireflies or random reflections. Some pulsed gently, others maintained a steady glow. They never came closer than about 50 meters from where I stood, but they seemed to be aware of my presence. I should have left immediately. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I couldn't move, partly from fear, but also from a terrible fascination. What were these things? I'd never heard of any natural phenomenon that could explain floating, moving lights like these. I don't know how long I stood there watching. Maybe 20 minutes. The entire time, that feeling of being observed intensified until I felt physically sick with it. Like dozens of eyes were boring into me from every direction. The pressure built in my head until I couldn't stand it anymore, and I finally turned and half walked, half ran back to the trailhead. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those lights drifting between the trees. I told myself there had to be a rational explanation. Maybe swamp gas, though there wasn't really any swampland nearby, or perhaps some kind of bioluminescent fungus. But nothing I came up with could explain the deliberate movements or the overwhelming sense of malevolence. I spent hours online researching similar phenomena. The closest match was something called will-o'-the-wisps, or ghost lights, but those were usually associated with marshlands, not ordinary forests like Mistwood. A few days later, I convinced a co-worker named Marcus to come with me. I didn't tell him exactly what I'd seen, just that there was something weird about the forest at night, and I wanted someone else to experience it. He's the skeptical type who loves debunking things, so he agreed immediately. We went around the same time, just after 10:30. The feeling of being watched descended on us both as soon as we entered. Marcus, who had been joking moments before, fell silent. About halfway down the main trail, he whispered, "Do you feel that? Like someone staring at us?" I just nodded, relieved that it wasn't just me. We continued for another few minutes before the lights appeared. 3 at first, then 5, then more than I could count, drifting through the trees exactly as before. "What the hell?" Marcus whispered. "Are those drones or something?" But we both knew they weren't drones. They moved too organically, too fluidly, and made absolutely no sound. Some hovered in place while others traced slow patterns between the trees. All of them stayed at roughly the same height, about 7 to 10 meters above the sloping ground. Marcus pulled out his phone to record, but as soon as he raised it, the lights dimmed noticeably. When he lowered it, they brightened again. He tried 3 times with the same result. It was as if they knew what he was doing and didn't want to be captured. We stayed for maybe 15 minutes before the feeling of being watched became unbearable. It wasn't just eyes on us anymore. It was a physical pressure, like the air itself was pressing in. My ears popped as if the atmospheric pressure had changed. Marcus felt it too. He grabbed my arm and said, "We need to go, now." We practically ran back to the trailhead. Once we reached the street, the feeling subsided, but neither of us spoke until we were back at my apartment. "I've never felt anything like that," Marcus finally said, his usual skepticism completely gone. "That forest, there's something wrong with it. I've gone back to Mistwood Forest 4 more times at night, twice alone and twice with different people. The lights appeared every time. One friend, a woman named Angie, who's into meditation and spirituality, became physically ill within minutes of seeing them. She vomited as soon as we got back to the street and refused to even talk about what she'd experienced. The last time I went was about 3 weeks ago. I'd been avoiding the forest entirely, taking longer routes to town and the beach, keeping as much distance as possible. But the lights and that feeling of being watched had invaded my dreams. I needed to go back one more time to convince myself I wasn't losing my mind. This time, I went deeper into the forest than ever before, following the path as it wound down the hill toward the water. The lights appeared as usual, but they seemed more active, more numerous. They pulsed and swirled around each other in what almost looked like patterns or signals. The feeling of being watched had evolved into something worse, a certainty that whatever was watching me was ancient and evil, not mischievous or neutral, but fundamentally malevolent. The forest itself seemed to be breathing around me, the darkness between the trees deeper than should be possible. I reached a small clearing about 2/3 of the way down the hill. The lights surrounded it but didn't enter. In the center of the clearing, the ground looked different, darker, almost like it had been burned, though there was no sign of fire damage on any of the surrounding trees. As I stood at the edge of this clearing, one of the lights, larger than any I'd seen before with a pulsing orange-red glow, detached from the others and moved directly toward me. It stopped about 10 meters away, hovering at eye level. The pressure in my head became excruciating, and I heard what I can only describe as a buzzing whisper, too faint to make out words but unmistakably communicating. I don't remember running back through the forest. My next clear memory is standing in my shower, fully clothed and shaking uncontrollably. I had scratches on my arms and face that I don't remember getting. My phone, which had been in my pocket, was gone. I've moved apartments since then to the other side of town, as far from Mistwood Forest as I could get. I still sometimes see the lights in my dreams, and occasionally I'll wake up absolutely certain that something is watching me through my bedroom window, though there's never anything there. I've tried to research the history of the forest, but there's surprisingly little information available. The local historical society has almost nothing on it, which seems strange for an area that's been settled for generations. One elderly librarian did tell me that folks have always avoided Mistwood after dark, but wouldn't elaborate further. I don't know what those lights are. I don't know why that forest feels so wrong, or why it affected me so strongly. All I know is that there's something there, something old and patient and malevolent, and it's still watching me, even now.